runs as well, and he would have been an important person for them to have in this semi-final. He's not here with the side anymore. He's travelled to participate in another competition. The pace of O'Shane Thomas to pair from the other end.
But it's really good for Jamaica here now because Campbell is at the top, Joel. And listening to the interview a couple of days that the coach did in his, he said that having someone like a Morris, camping for a single there, having someone like a Morris in the middle is really important. We saw Morris open the batting in the last game with Brown. Both had a reasonable start, good starts, didn't really carry on, but then you had someone like him who's on screen. John Campbell came in at number 5 and continued that with Blackwood. And we heard the coach mention that when you think all is done and dusted, you have someone like Morris in the middle to contain with. Now he's in the middle, so we want to see that energy from him today if he gets a chance.
It'll be interesting to see what that middle order is able to produce, because I mentioned the loss of O'Dean Smith, and he was a pivotal part of that middle to lower order and capitalizing on the last power play or power play and a half. He's leading them in terms of his tally of 6s. Leading them in terms of strike rate as well, O'Dean Smith, so he will be missed in that middle.
It's a discussion that I want to have with you in regards to players leaving a tournament like this to play T10. No issues at all. I have no issues with it. Especially at this point where it's a semi-finals. You'd want to think that some of these players would understand the situation and the magnitude of this tournament and say, listen, I'll be there, but I'll be there a couple of games late. I'll probably be a little bit more focused in terms of getting their teams to finals and winning a tournament like this. So it's all okay. It's a wide delivery from Thomas. It's all okay. And I really don't want to be the one that they'll be hitting when they probably hear this news. But at the end of the day, you want them to take a very serious look into our cricket here in the Caribbean. Especially when you're at this stage. You're at a stage where your team is in the semi-finals. You want to find out which one is more important.
A bit of shape away from the right-handed Brown on that occasion. I'll take you up on that discussion, Kesrick, as we go into the next over, but let you talk through this one.
Good channels, good lines. Just a little bit of shape from O'Shane Thomas. Something that he does really well. And I can tell you what, whenever he's bowling like this, whenever he's hitting his chops, he's a very neat and canny bowler.
Beats him twice outside the off stump to close 2, 9 without loss. It's a reminder of the changes for today. Kofi James back into the Leeward Islands side and will play a part at some stage with ball. Lap nicely around the corner, work to be done for Thomas. Good sprinting, means to get 3. Brung was the one that forced the issue on that occasion, and that was good from him.
I know how that feels, Thomas. I know how it feels after bowling 6 deliveries. You have to chase it to the boundary. Pretty sure his legs is not tired as yet, Joel.
Just hope that we took a good look at what Brung was able to do there just now. Take another look at some stage. It's just interesting the intent of Carlos Brung during that 3 that they took. Catches the quick and catch it is. An easy return catch there. And Gore's got wicket number 1.
Too easy, too soft. But Leeward's create that early inroad. It's not the first time we're seeing Gore taking these catches. Very good feeler. Something that definitely Leeward Islands wanted. Good flight. Not enough connection from Brung. Easy catch for Gore. Early inroads here for Leewards. Carlos Brung is gone for 1. The score is 12 for 1.
Too wide.
Kurt McKenzie has batted at 3 across this tournament for Jamaica. We'll look at what he's produced and think he could have done a lot better. Got another chance in the sunshine here, Kurt McKenzie.
Second time, Carlos Brung, another bowling caught.
Go, Corey! Yes, Corey, yes, Corey!
Yeah, he's been pretty eerie in terms of how he hit that ball straight back down the ground last time, as you mentioned, or rather mentioned to my ear. It was Hayden Walsh. This time, Gore.
Oh, my God! Hey!
Oh, shouldn't have been a single there. We'll be a little disappointed, Gore, but 3 gone, 13 for 1. An early wicket down for Jamaica Scorpions. Campbell and McKenzie have a job to do. Runs have been produced here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What can they put on the board here? A slip in play for McKenzie. Quite strong. Anything fractionally short outside of the off stump. McKenzie. Just wonder if at any stage he opts to just go a touch fuller to McKenzie, given that he struggles occasionally with pushing that bat outside the line of the off stump, away from his body, and occasionally takes the edge of the bat.
problem that I've seen with him as well in 4-day cricket to support you is the fact that he gets nicks off pretty easy. This time, right left. I just think that he just plays with his back too far away from his body. He doesn't come across enough to get closer to the ball. Hence the reason why usually he's always hands. So his hands go away from his body.
Gets himself another single there. Mackenzie, here's Carlos Brown. In the 2 games that he played here. That was a couple days ago, Cotton Bowl. And once again, same fate. So clearly there's something to look at for him. You can continue to analyze it there.
Just thinks that he tried to play the ball straight, which is good. He tried to play straight, but sometimes there's certain positions that you have to put your body in to get it away from the bowler. It's always good to hit through the V. Coaches will tell you to hit through the V. But I think there's no issue with hitting through the V. It's just elevation, getting his body in the right position to get it over the top. Just thinking that he's a bit too tall when he played those shots. Probably just need to get a little bit lower to get under those delivery to get it over the top. But we're having a little issue here with the, I'm not sure if it's the signboards at the back or somebody's passing or a little birdie's passing as well. I'm not sure, Joel. But everything is good now.
Bowling good areas at the moment is Thomas. Just back of a length. Caught in between. That one, John Campbell. Survives it though. Just want to take you back to what you started in terms of the conversation on players leaving tournaments, and a couple questions for you. The first being, had you been in that position, what would you have done? And we'll queue up and go from there.
Loving what I'm seeing from Oshendo, something what I think he was good at last year with the support of Alzara at the other end. Some good bounce, good pace. But to answer that question though, Joel, if it's more into the preliminary stage of the tournament, it's quite understandable. But when your team is going into a semi-finals, I think winning a tournament for your country is very important for a player. So I'm thinking that a guy would probably look into himself and say, listen, I understand that I need to play this league cricket, and we all know what it's like, the disparity in terms of payments here, but when you really look into yourself and think country, you're playing for your country at a level where they can become champions of a Super 50 tournament.
Well, here we're seeing the bail is broken on that throw from Jamar Hamilton. So a slight break in proceedings here to replace that one. Gives me time to continue having that conversation with Keswick. So based on what you're saying, and here's what would have just caused that bail a bit of pain. I don't think when the bail woke up this morning expected to have been hit in this manner.
Don't think so.
A bit of a shatter and a replacement bail on its way, but based on what you're saying, I'm going to assume then that you're saying that you would have taken the option to stay. But you questioned in terms of where you prioritize country, etc. My question here is, whose responsibility is it to prioritize West Indies cricket? Is it the player's responsibility or otherwise? That's just my question. Whose responsibility is it to prioritize the cricket?
Everybody, Joel. Everyone is responsible for that. As I rightly mentioned, fair enough, you want the players to understand the situation, realizing where they're at or where their team's at. As I mentioned, if it's in the preliminary stage, it's quite understandable, but going into a semi-finals, I really understand what you're saying, because these players do have to get in the seas to move on.
4 gone, 14 for 1. Quick look at how things looked last year.
Looking at the points table for last year, Jamaica Scorpions at the bottom. This year, they're in a semi-finals run to get to the finals. TNT Red Force is out now. They lost to Barbados yesterday, sorry. 4 top teams there. Red Force has been destroyed yesterday by the Pride. Jamaica Scorpions and Leeward Islands now in battle. So really good on Jamaica, coming from last place in the semi-finals this year.
Yeah, quite a big jump and a big turnaround for them in terms of having not won any games last year to winning games and being competitive this year. New bowler in action now. Kadeem Henry has joined the conversation, joined the party for the Leewards. So it appears if Gore was brought on, did his job. You know, the off spinner to the 2 left-handed batters. It probably speaks as well to the planning being done ahead of time by the Hurricanes in terms of the types of matchups that they're looking for in this game. Matchups that can keep the Scorpions quiet at the top of the order.
Quick single. But I like the matchup here, but you want to think about the reason for it.
Come catch.
2 left-handers at the crease. Henry bowling his off spin, but still they have someone like a Kofi James who can bowl off spin as well. Usually jiff the ball. Not that kind of jiffing though. Wide from Henry.
It's a bit too wide on that occasion. But I remember being down there on the ground a little earlier this morning. Cut away nicely. Great balance, great execution from Campbell.
Really well played. A player with a lot of experience. Not really pulling away a lot from that delivery. Stayed very close, a non-connection. All intention to get it behind point. Played it very late as well. Played pretty well in that last game against this same team. Him and Blackwood.
Oh, done! Not!
Well, 2 could be the call here. A bit of bottom hand coming into that one, dragging it towards that mid-on position.
Come, Rada, your length
I heard
here.
words floating around that this surface number 2
Wait.
could potentially be better for the bowlers here in comparison to what we saw yesterday. Based on just the additional bunks that I'm seeing a couple of the spinners get and bunks that I'm seeing from the pacer, it could be that. 5 gone, 25 for 1. Based on these results, you might think they've had a partnership with DLS, but lost that first game versus Barbados Pride. You thought maybe the season might look like last season, but no, they turned it around. And then since then, have only produced W's. I talked a little earlier about the type of bunks that we've seen on the surface. That one, though, keeping a bit lower than the expectations of Campbell, or maybe not even the length that he probably predicted. Yeah, not in a position to truly play that pull shot, Campbell. Yeah, just a couple of words were floated wrong in terms of this service might do a bit more for the bowlers. If I'm seeing the likes of Gore and Henry getting a bit of bounce, I expect Raheem Cornwall certainly a little bit later to get a bit of bounce as well. Bit of shape as well, but yeah, looking around at the field and bowlers that you're telling yourself could be key for this contest. Raheem Cornwall is one, and Hayden Walsh, who I spoke to earlier, will be the other. So I think I'm seeing signs that this pitch might do a bit more, and because of that, it could get very interesting in the middle overs here for the Scorpions.
Looking at it this morning, you could see a little bit of moisture, less cracks than the one that was there yesterday that they played on the first semi-finals. Good consistency in terms of bounce as well. So this is today's surface. A bit more moisture. Hence you can see O'Shane Thomas operating, and good consistency in terms of bounce, good shape, good pace. But the thing is, the moisture don't stay around here long at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So what they will have to do is use the little bit of moisture that's in the surface. So the bowlers will feel a little bit better today. Fast bowlers, that is. 11 it from O'Shane. Good carry, good pace, shaping the ball well, seaming it back to the left-handers. This is something good for O'Shane Thomas and the Leewards.
And what I might do is just change up the plans a little bit for the Scorpions in terms of how hard they go in this first power play phase. I'd allow a couple to go by and take a few more chances as they get deeper into the innings. This time he gets on top of it, pulls it nicely as well. That won't be stopped. Good stuff by Campbell.
On top of it this time, equal to the task, Campbell. Really well played. In front of square. Both players will know a lot about each other, both from Jamaica.
It just works so that length goes a bit further. Brings us to the end of 6, 29 for 1.
Change the ball up. Go up. You can't run.
If you're a Leewards fan, look away and don't listen to what I'm about to say. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. What is going to happen today? Whew, it's going to get interesting.
I'm not going to allow you to say it, Joe.
This is what I talked about. If we're going to see this here from the likes of James now, who's been brought into the attack, if we're going to see additional bumps to the likes of Henry, what will happen when Raheem Cornwall takes up the ball? They said there's more on this surface for the bowlers, and you're seeing it very early. Things could get very interesting.
Come in, love. Oh, ball in love, ball in love.
It means also you have to adjust our expectations in terms of a competitive total for Jamaica. Yesterday we saw 300 plus on the board. I don't think that will be the total for today. Adjusting and looking maybe around that 250, 260 mark.
Oh, down. Come on.
A bit of a misfield there. And should get 2. Very interesting conversations to be had across today. Comparisons as well.
Come in, love. Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
Yeah, I will be disappointed with that effort, Kofi James. And just because of what I mentioned in terms of how the pitch might assist the spinners especially a bit more. Have to be tight in the field. Let's just look again at those results for the Leewards. WL, 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 W for them.
I'll leave you to say it, Joe.
I won't be saying it, I'm just saying, based on what I'm seeing here, there's an interesting pattern. But they're hoping to find themselves in that final because of that. Have to break the pattern, the Leewards. Oh, and that could have been a chance to double down. Kofi James has put down one. 7 gone, 34 for 1.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting pattern. Pretty sure that Leeward Islands Hurricane wouldn't want to keep that pattern going, Joel. And if they need to get into the finals, they need to change that pattern. It's left to be seen.
Probably did himself some damage there, Kofi James, trying to take that return catch. Because of that, some running appears for him. This is going to be very interesting because I think back to the last ball. Not that last ball, but this one, a put-down chance. Yeah, how much can Mackenzie make them pay for this? Didn't get his hands up in time, Kofi James. I think a little earlier in that over as well. He was put down by Jamar Hamilton from an edge. A bit of a turner. That's going to leave maybe a bit of a blow or sting. I know you probably have had 1 or 2 of those, Kesrick, in your career.
Not really, Joe. Usually catch them.
Scamper, a quick one. I'm going to need somebody to pull up the highlights, though, of Kesrick Williams and his catching. If you can't do that, send that to me.
And send it to you, Joe. I have some very good highlights. I'll have you know that I'm a main highlight package.
Yeah, good early calling. And Henry not getting a clean pickup as well on the field as a substitute for Kofi James. But here's what I'm going to say is going to get very interesting because of the lengths that Thomas needs to bowl. When he truly sought to bowl that short delivery, was dispatched, received nothing out of the surface. Whenever he's hit on good lengths, good areas, the ball has done something for him. Apparently a clip claim floating through the commentary box of Kesrick Williams taking a stunning catch a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, we can't show it though, Kesrick, and because of that, there can be no proof.
Always your friends. Always your friends.
No face, no case, they say. Back to the cricket here though. 2 deliveries left in this over. Pressure building. Just wonder what will pressure produce. Oh, the stare of death on that one. Campbell is someone who doesn't like to be tied down. I mentioned the fact that he's doing a bit out of this surface, and because of that, might be inclined to make an adjustment to how they intended to go after this power play phase, an adjustment to how they plan to go about this match in totality. Still seems to want to go guns blazing here.
if ever there's a time that you need O'Shane Thomas to bowl like what we know O'Shane Thomas can bowl like, this is the time, this is the day, and he's doing just that. Wide delivery from him. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from him throughout this spell, causing a bit of problems for John Campbell. I just think that one that goes away, you just need to get it a bit closer. That's the thing about fast bowling. You need to maintain that line, because he's getting the ball to shape back into John Campbell. So if he can get that one that's going away to hit around that same line, he can probably, you know, nick an edge or so, but he's pitching it too wide. So it's not really troubling John Campbell, that one that's going away.
And just advances down and finds the outer portion of the bat. A bit of a knee in the surface as well for Chesney Hughes. That might hurt him. Does the job though. 38 for 1. More work for the physio because of that attempt by Chesney Hughes. A bit of damage done to the left knee and a bit of damage done to the playing surface as well. Wow, he's really taken a chunk of the grass with him, Chesney Hughes. Woo, that is going to hurt. Yeah, definitely nothing to truly joke about there, because a lot of damage could have been done to him. He should play an important role in their batting lineup a little bit later. Oh, he's young and strong, Chesney. He's coming back out. He wants to be in the firing line out there. Gonna have to patch back the surface first, though, Chesney. James back out after repairs being done to his fingers. And Shakira joins me in the commentary box as well. Good afternoon, Shakira.
Good afternoon, Joel. Joel doesn't have the same ring, does it?
A bit of a misfield on that one, and I just go back to the fact that these fielders will have to back up their bowlers, and thinking about situations like this where it should have been a dot ball, just build a bit more pressure. Runs have been hard to come by. Boundaries certainly have been hard to come by. Last boundary 15 balls ago. You think about the fact that we're in the power play with only 2 allowed outside. Leewards will be happy with this. A slight adjustment in the field.
Ball in low. Come in here, boys. Come in here, love.
It's falling short. Shakira, you've had a chance to sit and observe the early exchanges, how the pitch is played. Just want to get your thoughts on this surface in comparison to what we played on yesterday.
Yeah, we saw both sides yesterday get off the flyer in the power play. That clearly indicates that it's not the same surface today. It's been a bit difficult for batters to time. We've seen some spin, we've seen some lateral movement from O'Shane Thomas. So the Scorpions have had a lot to think about. 40 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, that 31 dot balls, just 3 fours as well, tells you the story of this first power play, and the challenge that has been just to time the ball to truly rotate the strike, get those tools, etc., that we look for these power plays. This man on screen, I promise you, he's going to play a big part in this contest. Rakim has got 2 six-wicket hauls so far. Jeremiah Louis now, he's into bowl. Not picked up the most of wickets. Has had some interesting matches across this tournament, especially bowling at what we consider to be the back end of things. He's got the ball early though, and he's got a situation where Jamaica are just under a bit of pressure, looking for runs, unable to find the middle. Last over of the power play, what do the Scorpions do? 2 men out. The man back on the point boundary, the man back at square leg. He gets cute and finds a boundary, breaks the drought. First boundary in 19 balls.
Yeah, not entirely surprising. We did see him advance at the end of Ocean Thomas's over before, so he wants to create something. He realizes it's not easy, so he has to become inventive. Good choice with fine leg in the circle as well. Putting some early pressure on Jeremiah Louis.
And I talked about the pressure that he's faced in the back end of innings where batters have been able to dispatch him. He started with 4. Of 5 from the first 2 deliveries. If you're in the mind of Jeremiah Louis at the moment, you're probably thankful you've got a new batter on strike, but what are you thinking about for these next 4 here, Shakira?
He wants to close out the power play well and back up all the hard work that the previous bowlers had already done, particularly O'Shane Thomas. He's thinking, get them hitting the ball to my deep fielders.
Well, that is not a deep fielder, that's in front of him. And he doesn't do enough to stop it. That's 2 4s in the over now.
Disappointing effort on the boundary by Kareem Gore. Yeah, just back of a length. Not enough pace. That's the reason Mackenzie's able to hit that one well in front. But Gore should have done a lot better. Dive right over the ball. Yeah, 9 from 3 now.
And also help but notice how close he was to that front crease as well. Jeremiah Louis. He doesn't get away with that one. He probably thought he was inside the line, and he's having a bit of a gesture with the umpire now. Brings up the 50 though for the Scorpions. So this last power play over, a very productive one, if not the most productive for them this innings. Bringing up the 50 within the 10th over, 9.3. Maybe a little slower than they wanted, but still, given the conditions, in good time. Pace off from Louis. Just saw Mackenzie gesture to that fact as well. So a good delivery there. He's still got 2 to go though.
Yeah, 2 very important deliveries as well. 50 for 1 on what we've described is not the easiest surface. It's very good for the Scorpions.
Pace off again and just over. Andrews. More runs are coming, and it's because of the bat of Mackenzie.
Slightly out fox once again, Mackenzie. It was the off cutter again where he ran his fingers down the right side of the ball. Not sure if Joe Andrew could have gotten that one though. Seems to be a valiant effort in the end. Yeah, just in, not right back on the circle, way in, and that was the difference. Expensive over.
I'll add 1 more to the expense column. It's another wide. So the pressure's telling on the moment on Jeremiah Louis. If you want an example of how to get height, look at this guy. It's called Air Pierre. Yep, he got up and got down and he held it. That was yesterday. You don't need a plane when you've got that guy. He can fly you anywhere. Gets a hand to that one. Cornwall brings us to the end of the power play. 56 for 1. Tallest tower coming at the most important time. That final power play over. Conditions have been interesting. They've struggled to find the boundaries, but they did it in that last one. And here comes that signal from my good friend Nigel Duguid. Always has a smile there. A bit of a smirk for him this time around. We're into phase number 2, power play number 2. And what does Raheem Cornwall do? At some stage in this phase, we know that he's going to pick up the ball. You just tell yourself, if his other spinners can get it even deeper, you find Raheem Cornwall bowling in the back of the innings, it'll be even more challenging for the Scorpions.
Cornwall didn't bowl until the 25th over in that last game. Still managed to take 6 wickets. Came on the 25th of the game. He did dismiss CCC, but the 36th over tells you the impact he had.
Maybe he could have done better there. Kofi James, he's not done the best his bowling today. A couple chances have gone down, this being the first of them. A bit of turn, a bit of bounce away from Hamilton, body going the wrong direction, and then hands not getting up fast enough for James. So 2 chances, 2 overs a go for them. On a surface is playing like this, every opportunity is important. Oh, he didn't want that, Kofi James. He got out the way. That was a stinger. He didn't want a piece of that.
Yeah, he's normally a decent fielder, Kofi James. Dropped a catch a couple overs ago, but this one, he had no intention of getting his hand behind it. It was absolutely creamed back at him. See there, he pulls his hand away at the last minute.
Now, Shakira, it painted a picture in my mind, that last one. You know, in being a courteous individual, you open the door for someone. I believe Kofi James just opened the door for that one. 50 partnership comes up for this pair.
Go.
Didn't get all of it, but got enough. So out of the power play, the runs are starting to flow for the Scorpions. Glenn likes it, they like it up there. Mackenzie's moving.
Come fellas.
Partnership of 54 of just 53 deliveries. Last over cost them 16 runs. This over already gone for 10.
I've thought of another example, Shakira, when you allow your dance partner to just take a bit of a slide. Not this ball, the one previous to that. That was the last 4. Another productive over, 11 this time from it, 67 for 1.
Catch that there, then you go back. If you need treatment, you go back to that. Catch that there. Up here. Take two painkiller behind that there.
Construction happening in the right direction for the Scorpions. Those towers are going up. Gonna get very interesting here though, because there's a wicket taker now in the conversation. 19 wickets for him. He's truly caused a lot of problems regardless of the venue that he's bowled at. Rakeem Cornwall. Shakira mentioned the 6 that he picked up here versus CCC. What does Cornwall do? They've built towers. Can he knock them down?
Jim, are you on the 5-5? Jim, you're on the 5-5? Huh?
Yeah, really good to see him coming into the attack a lot earlier. I did mention he didn't bowl until the 25th over in that game. 6 for 20 against CCC, 6 for 26 against Windies.
Go not.
It'll be interesting as well the end that he's bowling from, because we saw what this southern end did.
Come in here, Jim. Come in here, Jim.
Kareem Agor, we saw with Henry, we saw with Kofi James.
Top, 5-5, top.
And in fact, northern end. My apologies. So what will it do from this end that he's bowling at now?
Thank you.
Yeah, just sending O'Shane Thomas over to short fine leg as opposed to short third. It'll also be interesting to see just how the Scorpions go about playing Cornwall.
Down. Lovely, Danny. Lovely.
This time good work being done by Durham.
Come in here, boys. Come in here, boys.
He too is another factor in this spin column for the Hurricanes.
Wait. No.
Picked up 13 in his last 3 games, Cornwall. Inclusive of 2 6-wicket hauls.
Yeah. Worry! Stay, top. Come in, boys. Come in, Jim.
Able to get the single here from this one. Good early call from them.
Oh! Jim.
How Mackenzie faces him though will be interesting, because Mackenzie has struggled to the spinners in this tournament. Found himself short of his ground on a couple of occasions, chipping down. At any stage will he use his feet? We wonder. 69 for 1 after 12. And also it's time to go into that cooler and grab some blue waters for the drinks break. Oh, to enjoy a ball of blue waters now. Definitely is hot out there. The 2 teams for today's semi-final. Don't forget, we already know that whoever wins today will meet Barbados on Saturday right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 2 changes for the Scorpions, 1 for the Hurricanes. All things shaped up so far. The toss went to the Hurricanes, and things were rather tight until they picked up this first wicket. And then the captain decided he had something to say about it. A couple drop chances in the conversation as well. Kofi James, the guilty party on that occasion. And taking advantage of this last power play over with the Scorpions. Then Kofi James said, nope, I don't want that. And the boundaries continued, getting them to what appears to be a very good start for them at 69 for 1. Yeah, they will look at this and say we've made what has been a positive beginning to this innings, especially given the conversation a little earlier whereby the surface looked as if it has a bit more than previous encounters. And I mentioned the fact that because of that, we're going to make an adjustment possibly in what we think could be par score winning total for them. Yesterday we saw 300 plus. Today definitely probably won't see that. 69 for 1. The only wicket of the day going to Kareem Agor. A couple chances put down meant that James could have been in the wicket column as well, and just the 1 over so far from Cornwall. 12 overs gone, Shakira. What have you made of the early exchanges that we've seen here today?
Yeah, Hurricanes were good initially with the ball until that final over of the power play. They will be ruining those missed opportunities. So, on the other hand, John Campbell has been good. Mackenzie has gotten a start. The question will be, can they push on? You heard Campbell speaking about batters who taking it as deep as possible. He has been one who's been guilty of not taking it deep. He's gotten starts in every game but one. And he's managed to give his hand away. So he'll want to take it deep, get a half century, and then maybe convert to 3 figures.
Yeah, even beyond that 3-figure, I think about the innings like somebody that Justin Graves played in that 150, and with the start that he has, he can play a similar type of innings. Don't necessarily want to introduce too many batters to this surface. You're out there, things are starting to get easier for you. As soon as we say that, he's actually gone down to the ground, John Campbell. Just wonder if he did a bit of damage to himself on that last quick single. In the case of the ball hit him, did he twist something there? So we're seeing that things were getting easier for him, and then all of a sudden life has thrown a twist to the tail, and that's usually how life goes. But yeah, setting off for a quick single here, and I think maybe it's just a case of the ball hitting, yeah, the ball hit the back of that ankle, so that's going to leave a mark, a bit of a sore spot for him. Could potentially affect the running at some stage. Not what you want to see when you're feeling good out there, Shakira. A few spectators in, a bit more yesterday. They're enjoying a snack or two. My clock tells me it's lunchtime. So a couple running repairs there, but this man on screen, I'm going to have him as my key factor for today, just simply because of what he's been able to do across this tournament. Shakira, just thinking about the likes of Cornwall, you know, how special has he been in this tournament?
Yeah, there you see best bowling figures this year in this CG United Super 50 Cup, racking Cornwall at the top with 6 for 20 and then 6 for 26. He actually bettered at 6 for 26 in the last encounter against combined campuses and colleges. Marquino Minley, he will be on show later on in the day. 5 for 28 he got in that last game against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But Cornwall has been good. He's been good. I thought on many occasions he did introduce himself a bit too late. 19 wickets. Perhaps if he did come into the equation a bit earlier, he could be beyond that 20 wicket tally. Minley will be racing for him, 16 for him. But he's been good. But I think as a captain, perhaps he should have introduced himself a bit earlier. He's let batters get in, settle before he's introduced himself. It's come a bit earlier today, so it could make a big difference.
Yeah, it could make a big difference today in terms of the total that the Scorpions are able to get. Just 1 wicket to fall for today. And it was a simple return chance for Kareem Agor. Carlos Brown falling in similar fashion to how he fell a couple days ago, playing against this same opposition, caught and bowled by Hayden Walsh on that occasion. This time the easiest of catches accepted by Kareem Agor, the only form of success that they've had thus far. Rakeem Cornwall being on 19. I think if my memory serves me correctly, if he takes 1 more, he enters that leading list for wicket takers in a season overall. I believe that figure is 20 to break him into the top 5. So can he take one more and join that conversation in terms of most wickets taken in a season by a bowler? A couple missed chances in the innings so far for the Leewards. This one, a drop chance by Hamilton. Next up was a drop chance by the bowler, James, and another return chance that he just decided to open the door for, allow it to dance on by him. Has to do a lot better, especially at this level. At least get something behind it. Take some pace off of it, even if you're not taking that chance. They'll be a little disappointed that he didn't do a better job there on that occasion. It seems as if John Campbell is up on his feet and ready again. Maybe he can take an example from the likes of Pierre in terms of how he threw his body at the ball yesterday. Yeah, it wasn't a return chance, but at the end of the day, you're looking for effort, you're looking for commitment in the field. So it looks as if we're all set and ready to go again. This one, still grimacing a bit with pain, John Campbell. So might not be inclined to run too many ones, too many twos, and this is something maybe the Leewards can look to squeeze down on, because you're going to look for a big shot or two from Campbell. Gets on to strike now. You know, you didn't necessarily see it there on screen, but he was hobbling going down to the next end, John Campbell. So still a bit tender, still a bit soft. So certainly no quick singles as he got closer there. Just a bit of a hobble from him there. Still experiencing some pain, of course. Yeah, so quick singles out of the conversation for a bit. I think this is here an opportunity for Leeward just to squeeze a bit more.
Keep coming in, love.
Well, I said big shots will be coming because of that injury. And a good sweet shot it is.
Yeah, remember a few overs ago that deep mid wicket had been put a lot straighter. This one he's able to sweep square of the wicket and no chance for Kadeem Henry on the boundary. But you're exactly right. It could impact the shots we see from John Campbell. No, it certainly will impact the tempo of this partnership. And if I'm Raheem Cornwall, I'm thinking to get more, perhaps another fielder in the circle and make it more difficult for him to get those singles.
Yeah, definitely can get a lot tighter because of the fact that he can't run. Up and over from McKenzie. That's a lovely looking shot. All timing on that one. 13 gone, 80 for one.
The skipper, John Campbell, playing a very good innings thus far. 43 from 42, responsible for those Manhattans. Striking at over 100, so nice tempo to his innings. Despite losing Carlos Brown early in the piece. Greetings to you from wherever you're looking at this broadcast. Another chance, going a begging. Appeared simple, maybe not timing the jump properly. Sisian King alongside me.
Yeah, you can just hear through this Tom's mic. Let's clean it up, fellas.
Oh my.
Hello, Darren Ganga. Hello, everyone. Yeah, another chance created. by the bowler.
Come boys, come on boys.
Fielder just doesn't hold on.
Oh my goodness.
That just adds into the others. The other missed chances. So often you expect your bowlers to create opportunities. You really just need to be switched on. Could have had these two batters.
Oh.
The scorecard could have possibly be reading 81 for 3.
Okay, boys.
Mackenzie dropped thrice now in his innings. Has to make use of those chances. Lofted drive into the gap. That's a very classy shot. And he will get 4, so gets a boundary to end the over. 5 runs coming from it, 85 for 1.
It has been a good over from Rakeem Cornwall. He has created chances. His delivery hit up and over and just trickles into the boundary.
Listing of most wickets for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Rakeem Cornwall by far distance ahead of the others. Two seam bowlers also on the list amongst the spinners. And for the first time we'll see Ian Walsh Jr., an attacking leg spinner, someone that they will rely on to produce wickets. And they desperately need that now, the Hurricanes. 7th bowler being introduced by Rakeem Cornwall.
Oh.
He loves to run the ball across the lefty, create that facade that he's going to turn the ball into that style of batter.
Oh.
And generally speaking, he'll want to bowl with an outside off-stump line so that the batter has to negotiate the degree of turn. Don't want to be too straight and wicket to wicket with his lines. It'll be a lot easier for Campbell.
Oh, not.
And just to add to that, we've seen that little injury from him, so he will choose his areas. He does sweep pretty well on John Campbell.
Oh,
so that length that you mentioned is important to try and get across the left-handed batter. This time around, much straighter, almost getting him to in shot.
Yeah, he was expecting that ball to turn, so he broke his wrist trying to play onside. The ball just ran on with the angle across him.
Oh, Johnny.
So straight away, Hidden Walsh Jr. creating pressure with 5 dots.
Come boys.
Prevents the maiden. 86 for 1. Just over 6 overs of dots absorbed by Jamaica Scorpions and into the 16th.
Yeah.
If you just joined us, of course, the Scorpions with a different opening combination in this game against the Hurricanes. Campbell and Carlos Brown, the two openers. Brown already dismissed. Long chase. And he does well. Jeremiah Louis with excellent work in the outfield. The fast bowler showing commitment.
Yeah, something we need to see a bit more from the Hurricanes. Really excellent fielding.
Go! You got him now, Judy! Judy!
Yeah, make mention of the two openers today because it's a different opening pair that played against the Hurricanes in that group stage. In that previous game, it was Romain Morris, the wicketkeeper, and Carlos Brown, who both opened the batting. This time the Scorpions opting for the captain, John Campbell, to return to that opening position. That last game, he batted at number 5, scored 42. And I just wonder if that's leaving the opposition and creating an unpredictable factor with his batting lineup, not allowing the opposition to plan definitively against Jamaica Scorpions. And he's also shown that versatility previous to this match opening. He's done relatively well with 159 runs, an average of 31, John Campbell. And here he is on the cusp of a half century.
Oi! Bowling, Jim. Come boys, come boys, come boys.
We often discuss in T20 cricket
Right here, Jim, right here, Jim.
the importance of keeping your batting order unpredictable so opposition bowlers can't plan.
Oh!
Maybe that's a hint of it shown by the Scorpions today. 91 for 1.
Let's bubble here, boys. Come here, Judy. Let that start there, Judy. Come, boys, come, boys.
Yeah, look at the batting lineup for the Scorpions. Campbell back in that opening position. Salman and Brian, the two newcomers in the 11 for today's contest.
Tapper, man.
Beautifully played. Nice soft hands from Campbell. And he's looking for 3, so he will get there eventually and bring up his second half century this season despite the hobble. This should please the Scorpions captain and so too his teammates. Wonderful knock, and there seems to be a sense of occasion from him.
Yeah, I like the awareness from Mackenzie to get to the danger end so that his captain can get to that milestone. 50 from 52 balls.
Let's walk here, lads. Come, fellas, come, fellas.
It's been an excellent start, a partnership of 82 thus far.
Oi!
Let's change an angle from Hayden Walsh Jr. going round the wicket
Not sure what he's going to do now, Junior. He's not
to
sure.
Mackenzie. Again, he will have that same challenge as John Campbell, having to negotiate the degree of turn. That's too straight, too easy. Much easier for a left-handed batter to just break your wrists, play the line, and play whatever turn is on offer. But if you shift that outside the off, it becomes much more difficult.
Catch! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then you create chances like those where he's forced to play and just comes up a bit too early and plays uppish. Luckily it lands safely. Yeah, decisions for the captain, Kim Cornwall. He needs a wicket. Where does he get it? Who does he get it from?
Beautifully swept. Over pitch. Lined on leg stump. And easy pickings for Campbell.
He growing in confidence with those sweep shots. Excellent connection. And stayed over the delivery. And very well placed.
Rakeem Cornwall shouldn't be too worried about that last delivery. It was wayward. Can't set fields for wayward deliveries. Aidan Walls Jr. has to show more control as a wrist spinner and one with experience in this side. Hundred comes up for the Scorpions with that single. 9 runs coming from the over. Exactly 100 for 1 now. 11th listed half century for the Scorpions skipper. John Campbell coming good at the right time in this pressure cooker situation. It's a semi-final. It's a real chance to get into another final. And he's playing a lovely innings. Remember, he had a hiatus from the game for a breach. Now this return, of course, he will want to show his thirst for run scoring, his eagerness to don the maroon once more, play for the West Indies international men's side across formats. So what Justin Graves achieved by virtue of his 3 consecutive centuries now with the West Indies Test side. So as a regional player, there's everything for you to play for in this Super 50 Cup.
And it just shows the consistency as well from him, because other than the game against CCC where he didn't get off the mark, he's had scores of 42 versus Leeward Islands in the last match. He's had 53 versus Guyana and 41 versus Windward and 39 versus the academy team. So he has been consistent. He's gotten starts. His highest score he's gone past was 53. So yeah, as you mentioned, another opportunity for him just to really show what he's been working on, put his name in that hat. 7 innings, 257 runs, an average of 42.83.
Yeah, just saying with that opportunity that Justin Graves earned, already named in the playing 11 for that first test against Bangladesh. Himself and Mikhail Louis in that 11. Alzari Joseph, another player from the Leeward Islands who led this franchise, the Hurricanes, not available for this match. He'll also be playing in that test match, so great to see 3 of those players being rewarded for their excellence. 103 for 1.
Those runs for Jamaican Scorpions. John Campbell up at top with 258. Jermaine Blackwood right behind with 244. An opportunity for Mackenzie to add to his tally. And Carlos Brown and Odin Smith.
Senior players leading the charge in terms of runs for the Scorpions. John Campbell, the captain, at the forefront with 258. And with the opportunity to add many more. Jermaine Blackwood celebrated a birthday recently. Also on that list. Stays over the wicket. Hayden Walsh Jr. for John Campbell. Goes round the wicket for Kirk McKenzie. So clear plans to the batters out in the middle. There's no short mid-wicket, so maybe he's trying to entice him to play through that region. Goes offside. Not properly timed though.
You just look at the Jamaican batting lineup. You've just seen those scores, those top run scorers. But just one player has scored a century. He's already been dismissed, Brown. So an opportunity for Campbell. Who has a high score of 53, and McKenzie, who scored 90 as a high score. To get their personal scores up as well. This partnership 94 from 99, so they're in. And they've been scoring quite frequently and quite easily out in the middle.
A partnership of 94. With that 95 in this game, following a similar path to what we saw when these two teams last met. In that previous game, it was a partnership of 79 between Campbell and Blackwood that kept the scoreboard ticking through that power play 2. Allowed them a great platform for them to score 85 runs in the last power play. So maybe a similar sort of outcome expected. Up and over. Just plugged a bit. So it won't go into the boundary line, but good awareness from Campbell as to where the fielders are.
Now should force a change in field for Hayden Walsh Jr. because they've now scored quite a lot in that area. And previously we saw the sweep shot being introduced and a lot of runs being scored off it.
It's the reverse. Look at the field here, and I'm just saying to myself, is it necessary for a short fine leg to be introduced? Maybe a short mid-wicket might be the better option instead of a short fine leg, given the fact that there's already a deep backward square. The line generally on off stump, outside the off stump. 7 from the over, 110 for 1. At the end of 10 overs, the Scorpions, they were 56 for 1. They've progressed nicely in this power play 2 phase. Haven't lost a wicket just yet. And the Hurricanes will rely on Rakeem Cornwall to maybe secure the next wicket. Didn't speak about his height, Stacey Ann King, when we previewed this semi-final too. The other thing is he's got very good pace variations, Rakeem Cornwall, and also that skill to turn the ball.
He really does keep it very simple. Doesn't try to do too many things. He knows the areas that he wants to bowl. So almost like spot bowling, you know the line, you know the length, and just the consistency.
in the air for a while. High risk stroke brings up the 100 partnership between these two, Campbell and McKenzie. Pressure just getting to McKenzie a bit. Few false strokes. Of course, he's had 3 chances in this innings.
You just wonder how different this game would have been or could have been if those chances were taken, because Campbell himself would have given a few in his innings.
It happens. He has to park those chances aside, build upon this start, make this innings count. And that is what will be expected from Kirk McKenzie. Not every time you go to bat, you will play an unblemished innings. He's shown stick-to-itiveness thus far. 20 overs gone, 113 for 1. Last 5 overs, only 1 boundary scored, but they've scored 27 runs. So still scoring at a good tick, these two. Campbell in particular, he's looked very assured at the crease. We've seen a few fabulous strokes from McKenzie. So Jamaica solid in their first dig in this semi-final too. Of course, they lost the toss. Rakeem Cornwall made the decision to bowl first. Reminder, this is the 12th game being hosted at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this CG United Super 50 Cup. Few fans with great interest in this contest. And yeah, the last 3 matches here won by teams batting first, so I guess Rakeem Cornwall was in a bit of a conundrum with that decision to bowl first, because things started off with the trend being teams chasing and winning. Now, in the last 3 games, teams batting first, they've gone on to win.
Yeah, which is why John Campbell said that it's just a matter of putting runs on the board, backing his batters to get a good total. Something we would have seen yesterday as well in that semi-final played.
I also believe it's very, very important for you to assess the conditions on the day and give high priority to those conditions and your assessment too. That has to be matched with historical data and what's been trending. Of course, those conditions low priority because Rakeem Cornwall feels his side will be better off chasing. And we know, generally speaking, batting becomes easier because of the dew factor. The ball slides on later in the night. Very skillful from John Campbell. He's toying with those fielders behind the stumps.
A very interesting shot. Good improvisation as well. Just a switch of hands, gets into position early, knows where he wanted to play that ball. And with the pace from Hayden Walsh Jr., yeah, the fielder didn't have much chance but to retrieve.
Himself room, leg side, to play the ball offside. Appears to be in very good form, John Campbell. Very much aware of the variations thrown at him by Hayden Walsh Jr.
And now forces another change in field. Previously you mentioned possibly taking out that short fine leg and strengthening that offside field just a bit. They've taken out the slip and put in the extra cover. but it's still not enough. John Campbell is finding those gaps.
Come in, Johnny.
It's a wide down the leg side, so what is not helping, of course, is that lack of control. With line from Hayden Walsh Jr., he has to find a way of stacking a few deliveries and stringing them together outside the line of that off stump. Can set fields for wayward deliveries. That's strong enough and powerful enough to get 6. So he continues to take full control of proceedings out in the middle. John Campbell with a 6.
Yeah, control once again. He knows where he wants to score. John Campbell, you heard the shout or the plead for catch. Should have been more like fetch. An excellent hit.
Straight to mid-wicket, and the catch is taken, so an innocuous delivery gets rid of the captain whilst he was searching for another maximum. This is a critical moment in this match. So an important wicket for the Hurricanes and disappointment for the Scorpions skipper.
Yeah, going once again, had to put a lot more into the delivery because he's hitting into the wind. But what about a catch? Very well taken. A disappointment for John Campbell. 114-run partnership is now broken by Hayden Walsh Jr. Skipper goes for a well-played 77 from 69. It's 126 for 2.
The birthday boy comes to the crease. Of course, he celebrated his 33rd birthday yesterday. Will want to gift himself a fine innings in this very important semi-final match. Listen to his interview with Joel Manning, and he spoke about him enjoying his time playing for the Scorpions. Went as far as saying, "I'll give my life for this team." That's the extent of his commitment. Well, he'll want to walk the talk starting now. Right, Walsh Jr. confident after that wicket.
This is the reason why he's here. John Campbell pulling that delivery into the leg, but didn't make the connection in terms of height. Picked out the fielder, beautiful catch.
Oh.
Take a few deliveries to get himself set. Jermaine Blackwood, successful over for the Hurricanes. 126 for 2. John Campbell would be so disappointed in the manner in which he was dismissed. Got a long hop from Hayden Walsh Jr. Power was good, but he didn't have the elevation to clear that fielder. Kramer go in deep mid wicket. Should have still been out in the middle. All history now. But it creates a little opening for the Hurricanes to prize a few more wickets. They'll probably attack the new batter in that of Blackwood a little bit more. Speaking about new partners, I've got a new partner, Kesrick Williams, alongside me in the commentary box. Afternoon to you, Kesrick.
Good afternoon to you, DG.
Crunch, leg side, long enough for 6. You could tell straight away that it was going to go over the boundary line. So firm and precise were the contacts.
Well, that's a welcome from Kurt McKenzie. Really good strike. Looks a lot better today. Looks in the mood. Good connection. Was never in doubt that it was going for 6. As you rightfully mentioned, looking at John Campbell innings, you would like to think that he sort of give it away. That's the pass. Blackwood is there now, having the most runs for Jamaica. It looks like he's giving it away again. He's gone. Easy catch for Joel Andrews. After such a good shot, a good welcome for myself in the come box from Mackenzie. Giving it away there, DG.
Yeah, he was probably out fox with the fact that there was a mid-on and not a long on, so he was aiming to go leg side. Little bit of turn from Cornwall, so great deception, great tactics shown by the Hurricane skipper. Good guile to get rid of Blackwood, maybe a little bit of inexperience as well. Slowness of the delivery also deceiving him. 48 on this occasion, too short of a half century. 132 for 3. 20 wickets for Hakeem Cornwall, and he can take a break, a Blue Waters drinks break. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the Hurricanes, they're enjoying a nice little phase with the ball. Of course, cricket happening concurrent to the CG United Super 50 Cup. We're definitely home for Christmas. Bangladesh taking on the West Indies. And this is a look at the schedule for the series. First test match starting tomorrow in Antigua. The second test will be at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And then 3 one-day internationals in St. Kitts and Nevis, and 3 T20 internationals in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So lots of cricket coming your way. Of course, a few wickets here for the Hurricanes. First, John Campbell, after hitting a 6, found Kareem Agor in that deep mid-wicket region. A good running catch. And then Kirk McKenzie trying to go leg side, finding that outside half of the bat and presenting a simple catch after hitting a 6-2. So maybe some overconfidence from those two, Kesrick Williams. John Campbell, then Kirk McKenzie, falling in quick succession. Two new batters at the crease.
Loud appeal. But he did mention it a couple of deliveries ago after John Campbell lost his wicket. You did mention it could be an opening. And then I got that wonderful welcome from Kirk McKenzie. And then he lost his wicket again. So just a lapse in concentration, I would say.
Oh, Jim.
Somewhat like they have to press the reset button now, but it's the doctor finish. 132 for 3.
Javale Glenn and Jermaine Blackwood, relatively new to the crease. Glenn, of course, playing in his 5th match. He hasn't featured in all the matches for the Scorpions. That's close, that's very close. And the finger goes up. Expecting turn, Jermaine Blackwood. Didn't get bat on this one. And it's Hayden Walsh Jr. with a wicket, his 2nd.
Open up that portal there. Hayden Walsh. We mentioned earlier that he's getting a lot better with his googly. Jermaine Blackwood didn't read that one too well. No doubt at all. Hayden Walsh. A lot of excitement there. Picking up another wicket for Leeward. Things not looking too good for Jamaica now. Jermaine gone without scoring. Their main score 132 for 4.
A mini collapse, 3 wickets in 10 balls. That has brought Brad Barnes out to the middle. Just 65 runs in the tournament thus far. High score of 22. Can he produce something spectacular with the bat?
Really good delivery from Hayden Walsh. There was no doubt about that, DG, even from here. Googly again, Hayden Walsh. We were wondering the last game if we think that he's bowling it too much. This one gets close to the boundary, just inching in for 4. Well, we were wondering if he's bowling it a bit too much, but it's doing the job. So I guess he's not doing it too much.
We don't often see this, the wicketkeeper giving chase all the way to the boundary line. Jamar Hamilton, always full of energy. Very much a central part of proceedings when the Hurricanes are competing. And they took off in full sprint mode. Not quick enough though. Maybe a little bit winded, Kesrick Williams.
It's a long walk back, DG.
He's got to use that googly as a surprise delivery to the right-hander. Doesn't want to expose that variation too often and too early. Down the leg side.
For me, with his googly, DJ, I kind of understand what you're trying to get at in terms of bowling it too much, because batters will then line up for the googly. But my only issue with it is that sometimes I think he's stray a little bit, bowling it too much on stump. So it's always going down the leg side. I want to see him pitch that googly more so on fourth stump or so. That would be something better for him to do instead of bowling on stump, because then it always goes down the leg side. It's not the first time I'm seeing someone clipping him down the leg side from a googly. So he wants to start it just outside the line of off stump, on fourth stump or so. So when it comes back, it could meet up on the middle stump, probably leg stump, but it's always jogging down.
Very similar to what we saw when he bowled that delivery that dismissed Jermaine Blackwood. Of things, he appears to favor bowling to right-handers as a right-hand wrist spinner. That's usually the case for that style of bowlers. Nice to bowl outside the off stump, turn the ball away from righties, then angle it in with the wrong on or top spinner. Wicket in the over, just 6 runs conceded, 138 for 4. Spin twins of Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. doing the business with the ball for the Hurricanes. Few familiar names on that list. He's found himself on that list of most wickets in one season. Rakeem Cornwall, last wicket taking his tally to 20, now joins Sunil Narayan. Shino Berridge from St. Kitts and Nevis, Shane Shillingford and Ashley Nurse, top 2.
Oh!
Kesrick Williams, you're better off being an off spinner than a seamer, looking at that list.
Definitely, DJ. Give me the ball. I want to bowl some off spin, because this list is dominated by off spinners, and we're seeing here again Cornwall picking up another wicket, another off spinner, taking his tally to 21, and we're seeing a mini collapse here from Jamaica.
Well, 4 wickets in quick time, 4 wickets in power play too. And appreciate the guile from Cornwall again, slowing the pace down, just bowling with a straighter line, where Barnes is cramped for room to play that sweep shot, and he just hits under the bounce. Simple top edge, and an easy catch for Walsh Jr. Barnes departs for 4, 138 for 5 now. Mini collapse. 4 wickets for 12 runs in just about 4 overs. Romain Morris, I did say and mentioned previously that he opened the batting the last time these two teams met. So he's very capable of digging his team out of this batting hole.
Oh! Ball, Jim.
Off spinners doing the trick.
Come boys,
DG.
come boys. Come here, Jim.
Cornwall again. And what he's doing well is the pace that he's bowling on this surface. He understands how he has to bowl here. Again, Rakim Cornwall. Splendiferous catch. You don't want to believe what's happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward is taking charge.
Well, it's been magic. Magic from Rakim Cornwall and 2 from Hayden Walsh Jr. Now the 5th wicket in quick succession. Just 12 runs in this little phase. What a comeback from the Hurricanes. Also appreciate the effort from Kofi James. Diving away to his left, a one-handed stunner. Terrific cricket from the Hurricanes. And another duck for the Scorpions. This time Morris. 138 for 6. Holding like a pack of cards, the Scorpions now. Can Pete Salmon arrest the situation? And that's close, that's hitting in line. There is another one. Ryan Banwari is very much confident with that decision. Appeared as though it struck him in line. And guess who? The man who already has 2 sixers this season now achieves his 4th wicket of the innings.
No celebration, no emotion from Rakim Cornwall. And this is shaping up to be a massive collapse. Rakim Cornwall is doing the job here for Leeward Islands. Pete Salmon has to go. Gone. Without scoring, the score is 138 for 7. Joel, I only work in semi-finals, man. Take wickets in semis, man.
That's the ball of the 7th wicket. Pete Salmon. Leg wicket for Rakim Cornwall. Scoring 138 for 7. Incoming batsman for the Scorpions, Jamor Boya.
What an eventful 24th over in this semi-final too. A triple wicket maiden from the Hurricanes skipper. Don't think you can get better than that. Rising to the occasion after seeing a century-run partnership. Not only big in stature, but big in performance.
No.
He's carried this Leeward Islands unit with great pride, Rakim Cornwall. And yet again, a destructive spell. Just luring Salmon forward, and he was there. Demanding the decision from the umpire.
I've heard this guy mouth all morning.
So it's a very easy decision.
All morning.
DG.
Take it deep. take it deep now, Johnny.
This man on screen here, skipper Raheem Cornwall, is doing the job for Leeward. In a game that really looked like Jamaica is in full control, things have changed.
Oh, yes, Johnny.
6 wickets in 21 balls. You didn't want to miss this phase of the match. You don't often see this in list day cricket. Been quality bowling, I must say, generally speaking, more so from this man on screen. 3 wickets now for Raheem Cornwall. Remember that record, 26 wickets. And Cornwall still with 3 overs remaining in this innings.
Really good stuff. Someone would hear about this game and think that Jamaica gave their wicket away, but it's really good bowling from Raheem Cornwall and Hayden Walsh. They did this already to Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Too short. Rare bad delivery in this little phase. And Royal quick to pounce on it.
Good position, good shot, good power as well. Saw him with the bat early this morning. I took it from him. I was like, what are you going to do with it? He said, you're going to see. I'm seeing now. He's one of those bowlers that you can look at to give you a 20 or a 30 in the backing of an innings. It's not really a flop with the bat. He can use the bat.
Here for a while. Not the easiest of situations to be in as a batter in a semi-final match with your team 145 for 7. After being 126 for 2. Tough times for the Scorpions, 145 for 7.
Looks like easy work for Raheem. First wicket, Barnes. Raheem Cornwall just doing the job, and then a really good catch from Kofi James. Looking a little bit like Superman there. Then LBW. No doubt about that there, DG. Really good stuff from the big man. 23 wickets on hat-trick as well.
Hat-trick ball. Hat-trick averted. Nice defensive push from Glenn. Brings Royal on strike. And so just staying with this situation, what will be your advice to these two Scorpions batters out in the middle?
Well, they definitely have to press that reset button. 2 youngsters. But I want to stick a bit and I want to talk about the most wickets here in the season. 3 off spinners at the top. This is remarkable stuff here. And then Cyril Narayan is down there at the bottom as well. 1 fast bowler in Shane O'Berridge. But definitely, DG, both batters have to press that reset button because they have a job to do here now. They have a chance to make a name for themselves to try to dig Jamaica out of this hole. Both are capable. Look.
Off the drive, luckily it's in the direction of long off. A courageous stroke, you would say, from Royal. Gets 4, so little counter-attacking approach here from Royal.
A lot slower from Raheem. Not sure if Royal got his footwork right there, because it was a lot slower from Raheem Cornwall.
That's gone. That was a clean strike from Royal, not afraid to open his arms and to get that ferocious swing going. He's done some damage too.
Both batters are very capable of making some damage. But it's a matter of understanding the situation and how they want to go about scoring runs here. As I mentioned, they have to click that reset button and start all over.
Once more he goes down the ground and does it effectively. So after a spell of dominance from Cornwall, nice counter-attacking approach here from Royal. He's produced 2 6s and a 4.
Really and truly, those last 2 delivers really tossed up. I'm expecting someone like Royal to go a distance with them. As I mentioned, he's not someone that is a flop with the bat. He's one of those batters that will have conversations with you to get himself in the mood. And that's how he goes about his work.
Cornwall is not going to back down. He might just flight this one. I'd love to see him flight it a little bit wider outside the off stump from maybe behind the crease. He goes straight. Royal not sporting enough to go after him on that occasion. 17 from the over, 162 for 7. Three boundaries in that last over. The first lofted in that long off region. This was much better from Royal. Over long on. And even further with that second 6. Nice striking. Nice power play and power hitting from Javel Royal. Dots in there. 3 in that triple wicket maiden.
Daniel Durham with ball in hand. This is the 8th bowler used here by Leeward Islands Hurricanes. A little bit of dominance a few overs ago. Last over shifted things a little bit for Jamaica. I have a pleasure in doing this a lot, but alongside me is Mr. Joel Manning. How are you?
I know you've always wanted to take lead, Kesrick, and because of that, I will say I'm wonderful to be alongside of you for 2 balls as color.
Guess what? My mom taught me to be a leader.
Oh, Danny. Oh, Danny.
So in that regard, I don't mind leading. But definitely a good position Lee was finding himself in after taking those wickets. But the last few balls or so,
Oh, no. What?
Jamaica hit some lofty blows. So I'm not really saying that things have shifted back into Jamaica half, but both batters here for Jamaica, they are capable of scoring runs. Javel Glenn, I've played with him in CPL, also to Javel Royal. So both batters are very capable of doing the job or to dig Jamaica out of a hole.
Yo, Junie.
Yeah, certainly both capable indeed. Brings us to the end of 27, 163 for 7.
Come, boys.
Things were looking good, then they stuttered. And they stuttered because of this man here, Raheem Cornwall. responded late to that called Javel Royal, but no damage done. Glenn knew he was coming to the danger end, and as long as it passed Cornwall, he set off. A bit late there, Royal, but once again, still safe. And these two will have to put together a bit of a partnership. Something that Shakira Selman and I have talked about a lot across this tournament. Well, if you're going to talk about partnership, a 6 certainly will help it.
Yeah, very clever from Royal. He's been hitting straight all along. They've sent back the long off. This time he clears that front leg. He's able to get those long levers through the ball and swing it over deep mid-wicket for another maximum. Yeah, just reverting the pressure on Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, he's been hit for 3 sixes from his last 5 deliveries, Raheem Cornwall. So his figures probably will be a bit more expensive than he would like. And he's gone again. Say goodbye to that air miles on that one.
Sits. It's raining sixes here from the bat of Javel Royal. It's really taking a liking to the off spin of Raheem Cornwall. Yeah, good options as well. Hitting with the perceived spin. Very good from Royal.
They're really taking the attack right now to Raheem Cornwall, doing a bit of damage to the spectators sitting around the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Those chairs have been with us all season long, Shakira. I recognize him, Shakira, because he's everywhere with us. He's the guy that puts down the paint on the surface, make sure that our advertising carpets are down correctly. They're probably hoping the ball doesn't come their direction because they'll be sent scampering. How does Cornwall respond? Quiet delivery amongst the madness, so to speak. 13 already in the over.
Very impressed by what Royal has done, though. There's no Odean Smith in this game, so he knows it's important that he gets a move on and gives his side something to bowl at.
Good work by Durham to bring a quiet end to a very exciting over. 176 for 7. McKenzie put together the partnership, then things stuttered. Now he's up to Glenn, and Royal here in the middle. Durham to bowl his second. Quite a few bowlers have been used so far by the Leeward Islands.
Oh. Ball, Danny. Keep coming, boys.
8 bowlers used by the Hurricanes so far. Durham just into the attack at the 26. Of course, Durham will have good memories against the Scorpions last year. Remember, he took a 7 for against this same side. Hasn't had the same success this season, though.
Yeah, slightly contrasting in terms of his returns this season. Durham has played more so of a holding role versus a wicket-taking role this season. Interesting in terms of the little greeting that they had mid-pitch just now. Made me wonder if they had a 50 partnership already. No, so just maybe a bit of a hi-am here. He's showing his power. No, he's showing his touch. Royal. The runs are flowing from his bat.
Yeah, really good batsmanship from Javier Royal. Showing he's not all brute force. Nice little lap through the vacant fine leg area to bring out another boundary. Really manipulating the field well. Forcing Raheem Cornwall to change the field. Perhaps asking for him to go to different options.
Pushing for two, could be close on a better throw, and that was a horrible, absolutely horrible throw by Chesney Hughes. I will be disappointed with that. 183 for 7. Last over here now for Raheem Cornwall. You just wonder if Royal will continue to go after Cornwall in his last, or does he opt to respect these last 5? Very interesting to see how things go here. Another man goes back onto the leg side boundary. Royal sweeps and sweeps well, so he's going to continue to go after Raheem Cornwall. He's enjoying the off spin at this moment.
50 partnership finally comes up with that boundary. Yeah, now you understand the greeting. 50 of just 32 deliveries. Yeah, again, nice thinking from Royal. Down the knee and sweeping way behind square to avoid that fielder. Just employ that deep square leg.
Bang, bang, straight. Oh, and it's gone all the way, pushed over the boundary. That's 38 runs he's taken now off of Raheem Cornwall, and also brings up the 50. Oh, he's royal, so royal.
Yeah, 50 of 19 deliveries. What a turnaround this has been for the Scorpions, and all because of this man, Javier Royal. 4 boundaries and 5 maximums. He's taken a liking particularly to Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, one for the stats book as well. His first 50 in List Day cricket. And for a moment, heart was in hand. Would it carry? Quiet single. This has been a performance from Royal. He's provided not just respite from the pain in terms of the wickets that fell, but impetus to the innings as well. Another expensive over to close out a spell from Raheem Cornwall. Figures of 4 for 67. Now 4 wickets for him at a time where they needed them. But Royal was the man who took the attack to him. 38 runs he took off of Cornwall and brings up his first 50 in List Day cricket. it was brutal and it was exciting to watch. And Shakira mentioned the fact with the loss of O'Dean Smith, you were looking for somebody who could pick up the slacks, pick up the reins, so to speak, and he has done just that. Raheem Cornwall, his last 3 overs cost him 43 runs. Not the returns he would have looked like, or rather looked for in terms of runs. That wickets column did the damage. Looks as if he's gone to get a bit of a break, a bit of a cool down. But his side need wickets here. They need 3 more. Durham to continue. You just wonder what things could have looked like had they taken their chances a lot earlier today. Mackenzie, as you know, dropped 3 times in his innings, and before he got going as well, that took a few overs away in terms of Cornwall bowling at the lower order.
Yeah, certainly. Mackenzie dropped on 4, 7, and then 31. He scored 48 runs. That clearly would have made a difference. Cornwall perhaps could have bowled a few more overs at Glen and Royal. Certainly, one would think it would have changed the complexion of this game. Take nothing away from this partnership. 58 from 40. Royal scoring 51 of those runs.
Wow, Javel Glenn. No stopping that. Don't put your hand there. 200 comes up for the Scorpions.
And now Glenn decides to join the party. He'd been playing the supporting role all throughout this innings. His first boundary of 25 deliveries. And it is a favorable matchup. Look at that 450 coming off just 32 deliveries. Left arm spinner to left arm back. Yeah, umpire had to get out of the way. Low full toss and struck firmly back down the ground.
Duguid did good to get away from that one.
Oh!
I know you like that, Shakira. Duguid did good. 200 for 7 here. They are. A bit of flexibility required there from umpire Nigel to get out the way of that one. I just wonder in terms of umpire training if you practice for things like these. He certainly practiced for this moment. Javier Royal mentioned the fact that he took 38 runs out of Raheem Cornwall. A couple lusty blows down the ground. Tossed up a few Raheem and paid the ultimate price. Absolutely no stopping that. As I said before, he's royal, so royal. What a performance it has been from him. Please don't sing the song, Shakira.
Honestly, I went. Can't take the spotlight from Javier Royal. Yeah, he's been excellent so far. And Scorpions will hope that he can continue to bat for the majority of the overs left. 200 for 7, still 19 overs left. So as a team, you're thinking, just how many runs can we get? Do we keep going? Do we try to bat out the 50 overs? Increase that run rate to maybe around 8. If they get around 8, they get to 350. Jamaica now have gone back to the most sixes for this tournament, surpassing Barbados. 43 maximums.
Walsh returns to the attack. He's got 4 remaining, well, 3.5 now. An effort, but an effort in vain. That too will find its way to the ropes. They're chipping along at a good pace.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this batting from Royal. It's been an excellent display of batsmanship, and he shows that he is a thinking cricketer. He's not just looking to hit maximums or jump down the wicket. He's playing with the feel, playing each ball on its merit.
Well, earlier today mentioned could possibly struggle to get around 300. In fact, they look well poised if they can continue this to get very close, if not past there. Hit straight, hit deadly, Bang, bang. That's another one.
Hurricanes bowlers have absolutely no answer for Javier Royal. They don't seem to know what to do. Pull back the length, he's able to guide it behind third for a boundary. You go Fuller, he pumps it right back down the ground. Yeah, they have to find a way to give him a single and more deliveries to Javel Glenn.
Dragged back the length, gone flatter as well. Yeah, struggling to find an answer to come to grips with this onslaught right now from Javier Royal. Goes flat, goes short, and goes bye-bye. Appears as if it hit the ropes full, but we're going to have to check that one.
Yeah, 2 boundaries in this over before this delivery. Pressure right back on Hayden Walsh Jr. Even though he switched ends, continues to lead runs, and it did seem to hit that CG United advertisement rope full. I'm not sure though. Does it look a 6, in my opinion?
Well, just trust my eyes, Shakira. They will never steer you wrong. Confirm now. That's a 6. So 14 in the over with 1 delivery left to go.
Yeah, I think they have to return to seam. We haven't seen seam since that power play, that final over of the power play. They need to go back to O'Shane Thomas, ask different questions of Royal.
Can't get it past Gore this time. 14 in that over, 214 for 7.
Yeah, 8 bowlers used, so lots of options for the Hurricanes. Cornwall is the only bowler who's bowled his full quota. 4 for 67, Cornwall, taking a bit of stick at the very end. But they do have 2 pace options. Didn't see pace since that 10th over. I'm thinking O'Shane Thomas has to return. He was good in that initial spell. He has to return from that southern end.
Well, we'll see if they listen to you at some stage, Shakira.
Cornwall has left the field, so Jamar Hamilton is in charge now. We'll see what he's thinking.
He's been the perfect partner here, Javel Glenn. You're going to look at 11 from 28 and say it looks as if he's been batting slow, but I think given the context and the scenario they found themselves in, he opted to be that one to just slow things down, take a lot of the excitement out of the game. And then Royal joined and decided that he would want to take the attack. It actually makes me think about Raja in yesterday's game and played a similar role when wickets were falling all around him. The only issue there yesterday for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was that nobody was able to do what Royal has done. No ball though here for Durham, and a free hit means that Glenn can tee off. Yeah, so many similarities as we look across games and situations. Just thinking, could one batter do X or could one person do Y? Oh, the Cardinals sin, Durham. How did you do that? Free hit on offer. It is explaining that no one can actually change their fielding position, so Chesney Hughes comes back in. Glenn tees off. Oh, this ain't golf, but that's the 6. A free hit gleefully accepted.
Yeah, not the length you want to bowl for a free hit delivery. Yeah, allowed Javel Glenn to get under it and lift it way beyond that deep mid-wicket boundary. These fans aren't very happy.
I wonder who they're supporting. It can't be Jamaica, I promise you that. Pretty sure they would have been smiling when Rakeem Cornwall was ripping through the Scorpions. Cheerful, maybe with pom-poms in hand, and now no. All screw faces. I wondered, was that going to be a wide? Yep. Oh, Dugid, you've done it again. Yep. Well done, Dugid. He's going to have to bowl that one again. Dugid only does good. The pain of this partnership continues. 223 for 7. Lovely looking picture as we graduated from over number 26 onward for the Scorpions. The skyline likened to that of truly Manhattan, if you really think about it. A couple tall towers. And they've listened to you, Shakira. You said you want pace on the ball to make a difference. You called the name of O'Shane Thomas. They've heard you and said, Shakira, maybe you might be right. They call him the up-top boss. What can he do here, O'Shane Thomas?
Yeah, really good spell to start the bowling off for the Hurricanes. Different questions asked here now with a softer ball, an older ball. Will he be brave enough to go short?
Starts full and starts with a dot. Thinking about the field that he has set for him. There's a man back on the cover boundary, long on his back, deep backward square leg and fine leg for him. So you're thinking probably won't give too much room here to Glenn. In fact, no change in the field. Fine leg comes into the circle. Third man goes back onto the boundary. That allows him now to just go a bit wider of that off stump if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the field and thinking about what the plan possibly is from Jamar Hamilton and O'Shane Thomas. There is a long on. I'd prefer to see that long on come into the circle at mid-on and build some pressure on Javel Glenn. Maybe then that could be reverted on Royal if you starve him up the straight. You don't want Glenn getting off straight too early in this over and then Royal coming back on straight and causing damage.
There's that area I figured he might concentrate on given the field that he has set. Not necessarily for all 6, but it gives him the protection if there is an outer edge. But there's a bit more room outside that off stump for Glenn. He has a protection back on the cover boundary as well. And he has that option of also giving that surprise one into the surface because he has protection on that square leg boundary.
That is that reason I want that long on coming into the circle. Fine leg goes back for that surprise short ball.
Mid-wicket does a good job this time. So slight improvements in the fielding. That's going to leave a bit of a burn. Diving across those prepared surfaces. The body of Chesney Hughes has taken a beating already for the day. He's disturbed the surface. He's had to dive around, misfielded a couple. Does good work there though, Hughes.
Seem to let his knees. It's always knee first when he's diving.
Body probably collapses. Gets a bit too straight there. It reminds me of a saying that we have back home in Barbados, Shakira. Gets down in installments.
You're normally associated with age. I did hear you call Chesney Hughes quite young earlier.
This has been a good over here. A much quieter over from the Hurricanes. And it means the question must be asked, how do they back this up at the other end? Yes, as you mentioned, they've starved Royal of this strike, but who is the bowler now that comes and backs up this performance and keeps that pressure on? Because it's almost counting for nothing if the next over now goes for 10 plus on the back of this.
Certainly, whoever they go to need to understand the situation and what's required at this stage.
Just to widen the over to produce 1 run. 224 for 7. It's time to take a break. Blue Waters drinks break.
Time for a much needed break. List A cricket at its very best in this second semi-final. Wow. First, the punch from the Hurricanes, 6 wicket for 12 runs. And now the counter punch from the Scorpions, that partnership of 86, bottom of screen. 86 from 63. Showing real fight from the Scorpions. It started with Cornwall. Kirk McKenzie didn't quite find the middle. And then it was Barnes sweeping across the line. The brilliance in that first slip from Kofi James. Cornwall with a triple wicket maiden. They're counting for 6 of the Scorpions batters. And now Glenn and Royal writing a different script in this second semi-final with this partnership of 86 in quick time. Well, if you missed it, this phase was quite regal. Royal, 6 sixes, and he's still there. We might see a few more. He was brutal in that 1 over against Rakeem Cornwall. Stark contrast to what he achieved earlier. Hayden Walsh Jr. took a blow as well. So after the many options used by the Hurricanes, still they find themselves with that challenge of having to bowl the Scorpions out. The Scorpions, they're fighting in desperation for a place in that final. Keswick Williams alongside me. This has been gripping, this battle. So delightful to look at. Two teams, of course, striving for that spot in the final this year. How would you describe what you've seen in the last, 10 or 15 overs?
Amazing, Digi. Definitely happy for someone like a Royal to come in and play the way in which he played. Really a stand and deliver. Powerful. And looks like he's in command of what's going on out there. So that's really good from him. Jeffrey Glenn is one of those guys that can really go hard as well and can create some fireworks.
I love the courage from Royal and then Glenn after they found themselves in a desperate situation with their team stuttering on 138 for 7.
Definitely a good comeback. Looking really good now. 34 overs. But if these two batters can take it to 40, Jamaica would be well on their way to getting to that 300 mark. Positive from Royal there, but the positivity that I've been seeing from him throughout this innings is something good to see.
Keswick, I want to put you on the spot here. We saw the return of Shane Thomas. If you had to bowl in this situation when this partnership was in full cry, what would be your thinking as a fast bowler?
Oh, bowling, Danny.
Well, what I've seen from O'Shane Thomas this morning, bowling with good accuracy, good pace, coming back to both batters now at the crease, I would ask him to continue the same thing. Be very aggressive to them. Hit them with some bumpers. Not really batters that like the short stuff. So I would ask him to be as aggressive as possible to these batters. 1 to finish, 228 for 7.
So a partnership of 114 between Campbell and McKenzie. Scorpions approaching another century-run partnership. .70 runs coming in boundaries in this partnership of 90.
Just to answer that question or to continue on what I was saying, DG, you want O'Shane now to come and hit the right areas. Both batters haven't been the best against sharp bowling. You want him to be aggressive, but be as accurate as possible. Because both batters, they're somewhat set at the moment, so he has to be smart as well. Javel Glenn is on 20 now. But you want to hit that areas that will definitely help to squeeze in a wicket there. It's an overthrow. Gives Javel Glenn another run. But he has to be very meticulous in terms of his line and length and how he go about his stuff. Just sitting top of off. And some odd quick bumpers to these guys. Be as aggressive as possible.
Nice pickup. And hit the target, Kareem Agor. There was that run-out opportunity.
That's definitely the lane that he wants to hit. Good stuff from O'Shane Thomas.
A very important part of the game is the out cricket, the fielding, the accuracy of the throws. Sometimes it's not given the priority required in teams being successful. So important to keep your eyes on the ball. He did so quite nicely. Kareem Agor, one-hander pickup.
Really good on goal. Only one team this year was managed to pick up the fielding point, which is Windies. Had 3 run-outs on that day.
Should be 4 in the gap. Runs flowing freely now for the Scorpions.
Good timing. Really well placed as well from Javel Glenn. He's more of the player that will ease into his innings. I think he's a bit rougher than Royal as well whenever he's in. But really well placed behind point as well. You don't want to get him going because he's someone that can really go hard in the back end. So O'Shane Thomas have to be very smart with how he's going about his bowling.
Is that short ball you're asking for? And a few words being exchanged to O'Shane Thomas. Hails from Jamaica. Will know Glenn and Royal. There will be some history amongst the 3. A bit of encouragement coming from his teammates.
Aggression from O'Shane Thomas. Dot to finish. Score is 234 for 7.
Will then Cornwall, one of the coaches in this Hurricanes team, nicknamed Polo, strolling around the park. The moment you felt it will go into the boundary line, but the field placing was spot on. That fielder relatively straight. Jeremiah Louis in that long on position. I must make mention of the 9 sixes we've seen. With that sort of effort, they've now gone ahead as the team with the most 6s in the CG United Super 50 2024. As you've often said, Keswick Williams, in the T20 format, West Indies has sort of distinguished itself as a 6-hitting team that separates them from the pack. That power play, so critical to T20 success. And it can be critical to success in 50-over cricket as well, as we're seeing on this occasion.
Definitely supporting that, DG. As you can see here, more 6s in Super 50 in 2024. Jamaica, head of the list. It's kind of a shame me talking about 6s here, DG. Can't remember hitting 1. Joel will be happy to hear that. But we have seen some 6s today from this man on screen. Good power. And what I like about it as well is him going down the ground. So he's hitting straight. That is something really good, hitting through the V's.
Two from the over, 236 for 7. Keswick Williams, I think you're selling yourself short. You've struck 3 sixes in your T20 career, and you can't remember any of them?
I remember, DJ. I just wanted to start the conversation. Just showing you the quality there.
Ball of wickets. Within 12 runs, 6 wickets fell.
We have seen some twists in this game, DG. A twist in terms of emotion between both teams. I'm pretty sure that the Jamaica dugout now is very comfortable. Pretty sure with what they're saying now, they're very happy in the position that they're in. That's not really looking too happy, did you?
More like relaxed.
The Jamaicans are normally cool and chill, so I guess they're chill. Few sad faces a couple of overs ago. Well, look at that, DG. Feet up. He's well relaxed, and that's the main man for them in Makino Minley with his feet up. He'll have to do some bowling later.
Think outside edge. So decent spell here from O'Shane Thomas. Just bringing control to proceedings. Again, just a reminder, these two teams, they're playing for a spot in the final. The Scorpions with 7 titles already in this Super 50. Hurricanes, just 4 titles, so they'll be desperate to get into that final and maybe secure or add another title.
And that's really good for them, because last year they finished at the bottom of the table. Didn't win a game. The Scorpions came into this year as well and lose the first game. And after that, they have been flying their kites really well. Fly their kites straight up to the semi-finals.
Pace and maybe lack of bounce. '99, the partnership. And look at the titles there. Trinidad and Tobago way ahead with 13. Second on that list, Jamaica with 8 titles, playing for a chance to make it 9. Leeward's just 4, maybe with a chance to make it 5. Keswick. Nice mitt from Jamar Hamilton, but he doesn't prevent this partnership going past 100. What an effort, what timing. And for the first time in this tournament, we see a century 4th wicket partnership by a team competing. That's not only 4th or lower than 4th in the batting order.
Really good. Did himself realize it as well. Came to the center of the pitch and hugged one another. They're really good friends, so they would understand each other really well. Just need to continue from here, put the team in a really good position.
This is the partnership that will sway things in favor of the Scorpions. Only time will tell. 2:39 for 7. Wonderful striking of the cricket ball. These two out in the middle, Royal and Glenn, they were absolutely brilliant with their counter-attacking play. Very little between those two century run partnerships. Campbell and McKenzie laid a solid foundation after losing Carlos Brown. Then there was that slip and slide of 6 wickets for 12 runs. Now 101 between Royal and Glenn.
Really happy for both guys. Played with them in CPL and they were known as the energy king in the team for St. Lucia Kings. So I'm very happy that they're showing that sort of energy out there. Royal and Glenn, really two guys that enjoy their cricket and enjoy a celebration as well, DG.
Can't catch this one, flies all the way for 6 and does a similar damage to the opposite end. The striking continues.
A lot of damage being done here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy from both batters, Javel Glenn and Javar Royal. Some really good ball striking here.
Shot selection is something to admire. They haven't been reckless in their stroke play, they've been selective. They've picked their deliveries. There she goes. Another one flies out of the park. The 250 comes up. And the vociferous support from the Scorpions continues.
Nothing is safe here, did you know? The chairs are even scared. It was the side screen, now the chairs. Javel Glenn is really getting into his game. He's very destructive, Javel Glenn. But he's the type of player that gets into his game because he understands his game, and he's a good 6 hitter as well. Strong fella.
So really poor delivery from Durham. A full toss on middle and leg. Glenn wasn't going to miss out. His eyes lit up. There was that power in the swing. They've really played ball on merit. With courage, they didn't really take a long time to get in. Royal on 68, Glenn now on 41 from 59.
Really calculated innings here by both batters. The good thing about what they're doing here is they're owning that area that's close to them. Anything that's close will go straight down the ground for 6. So you somewhat have to bowl as a bowler, have to find somewhere in there to bowl. It's the end of the over, 252 for 7.
.252 for 7. And the final over in power play 2 will be bowled by Jeremiah Louis. So Rakeem Cornwall ringing in the changes, hoping to break this partnership. I'm told that this is normal for the Jamaica Scorpions because they've scored just over 19% of their runs this season with boundaries. Maybe that percentage a lot higher in this innings, but there is that stat. They sit at the top in terms of highest percentage of runs from 6s. of sixes today. 26.
Take me to Jamaica, DG. I want to eat what they're eating. It's a lot of power there. Jeremiah Lewis back.
And yeah, many of you might be wondering, you know, what's the reason for that? I guess that's, you know, how the game in the modern world has unfolded. You look at test match cricket and run rates achieved by teams. Teams are scoring easily over 4 runs per over. Of course, everyone knows of Christopher Henry Gale and what he's done in T20 cricket and even in test match cricket. His ability to strike sixes and boundaries at will. Andre Russell, another from Jamaica, has built his reputation on clean, powerful ball striking. Now we're seeing a feature in this Jamaica Scorpions franchise.
I think it's based on repetition as well, DG. You can go as far back as the Powell, Ricardo Powell from Jamaica. Then there's a Chris Gale, the Marlon Samuels, Andrew Russell, Odin Smith, the Ravman Powell. These guys hit 6 for a living.
Yeah, it's not only about having that power and muscle, it's about choosing the right deliveries to secure those sort of outcomes, understanding the situation of the game as well, managing risks. By no means they've been reckless in the way they've gone about striking the ball.
Would have thought that this game would have shifted back into the Scorpion half. Not sure if DG thought that, but I'm clueless at this point. So much swing.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of a list day game. You've experienced that in this first half of semi-final 2. Looking for 2, they're searching, and they will get 2. And an additional run too, so things just going haywire for the Hurricanes. They're being put under pressure by these 2 out in the middle, conceding an extra run.
It was a good delivery as well from Louis. It was an easy 2. But look at Royal. He's always looking for that extra single. Always looking, Royal.
2 things there. The throw wasn't the best, and then Jamal Milton, the wicketkeeper, should have cleaned up. Cleaned up much better than he did. End of power play 2, 2:58 for 7. Signal will come for the start of power play 3. Umpire Nigel Duguid just ushering this last phase of the innings. But before we focus on the last 10 overs, we must also offer plaudits to the Scorpions and what they've produced between 11 and 40. 202 runs. with a run rate of about 6.7. And that's after that slide of 6 wickets for 12 runs.
Definitely a good comeback. Pretty sure coach will be happy. What he's getting here from both batters.
That's a feeling you can easily lose your composure after that high and low in emotions, with brilliance with the ball from Walsh and Cornwall. And then excellence with the bat from these two. Yes, that's high-class entertainment. If you're looking for value in List A cricket, well, this surely presents it.
A lot to talk about in this game. Lots of highs, lots of lows. Some really good batting at the start from the skipper. And they sort of fall apart. And then Royal and Glenn now showing their worth being in this squad. There's the skipper there on screen, John Campbell.
Snarely on that occasion. Card shown from Hin Walsh Jr. Just flighting that delivery outside the off stump. Often see the very best wrist spinners in the world having that ability when they're under pressure to flight the ball, to slow the pace down, not worry too much about what is gone. That's a quality he will want to show consistently in Walsh Jr. Pulls it down, hits it straight to the fielder, and finally the breakthrough comes. After 124 runs, the Hurricanes, they roar back with the wicket of Royal. What a fabulous innings coming to an end.
Is it the right time for the Leewards, or is it a bit too late? Good catch from Kofi James. His second in this game. Hayden Walsh picking up another wicket. A really good innings from Java Royal. Comes to an end, 73. The score is 262 for 8.
Gordon Brand now makes his way to the middle on the back of what was a fantastic partnership between Glenn and Royal. A partnership which you can say did the legwork for the Jamaica Scorpions after a slide of wickets. It's been expensive, Walsh, but he's picked up 3. Can they wrap up this innings?
Get!
Tempted with that speed there. They've worked hard for this one, the Hurricanes. Just dropped fraction short, not getting the type of elevation that we've seen him get on many of the shots that he's played Royal. And Kofi James taking a catch there on the boundary. A quiet and successful over comes to an end, 262 for 8.
Yeah, didn't quite get the elevation that he wanted. Nonetheless, it was a brilliant knock from Royal, 73 from 42.
They've been made to work, the Hurricanes. Quite a few have been expensive. Yes, their spinners in Cornwall and Walsh have picked up wickets, and we expected that. But what we didn't expect was the fielding effort, which allowed Scorpions to be the position that they're at right now, a very commanding one. Have to limit the damage here. And Jeremiah Louis is a part of the conversation now, approaching another half century in this year's CG United Super 50. Javel Glenn. Chance for the run out. Yeah, thought maybe was able to squeeze that one through.
And this is something that we saw really good between Royal and Glenn when they batted. Their communication was almost like eyesight compared to this here. Excellent fielding. Rooting just a bit of the turf.
This could be it. His second 50 this season, Glenn. Spent 2 years away from the franchise. Was brought back this year in 2024. And he's made good on his selection.
I think you may have to do an interview with him to find out what that celebration meant. This has been an interesting innings from him. 66 balls, started off really slow. Got himself in. And another 50 to his name.
He's quite the character, Javel Glenn. Anybody who's ever spent time, even 2 minutes around him, knows that you're not far from a dance or a song when it comes to him. This morning, in fact, he emerged from the lobby to get into the bus, and as soon as he spotted his teammates, he started a little bit of a jig and a dance. And I think that kind of got things going for the team as well. He's definitely a live wire, Javel Glenn, and definitely a hard worker as well. Because I think about what I've been able to see in terms of training sessions and gym sessions over the last year and a half or so. Unless he's been posting old footage, you know, but I've been following on Instagram and seeing the work that he's put in to get himself back in to the franchise, back to this level. And you can see maybe things coming back to prior years, because I think back to 2017 when I first met him at CPL. He was in that franchise then, bowling as a leg break bowler. I haven't seen him bowl recently, but he was a power hitter in the franchise then. And he's put down, and it just spells the day for the Leeward Islands in the field. They've been short and down when it comes to the effort. Kareem Agor, you could have done a lot more.
Yeah, that was a dolly of a attempted catch and through his hands. And another attempt goes down for Leeward Islands. 4 drop catches in this innings.
Definitely won't be happy with that, Jeremiah Louis or the Hurricanes.
Yeah, because what you've done now is given a single, and it then brings the informed Glenn back on strike. Just the one delivery remaining.
I have to ask Jamar Hamilton what beard oil he's using. He's really shining out there in the middle. I'm hoping that, I can get my beard to be just like that, Hammy. I'll come talk to you afterwards. Last ball of this Hamilton over. Sorry, of this Louis over. It's a single, so had to drop in it. 7 runs, 269 for 8.
It's been an exceptional innings from the youngster. 52 from 69, inclusive of 3 4s and 3 6s. Started off quite through, but got through the gears.
I look now at those projected scores. 320 for the Scorpions, and I think back to a lot earlier today when I said maybe it might not be a 300 pitch. They've proved completely different. You just wondered, maybe those chances from the Hurricanes were taken. What might that score truly have been? That is done and dusted. We're here with 8 overs to go. He's been hitting out the middle. I know the edge is what gets him even more runs. Hard done there on Walsh. Could do no better about it.
Now all those runs count in the total. Glenn 56 from 70, and he continues. A few overs to go again. Gets a healthy outside edge. He runs away to the boundary.
This one is out of the middle. It's out of the park as well. That is good ball striking.
Now this is what we've sort of associated his innings so far with shots like these. Yeah, hitting down the ground. Yeah, no power failure there. Gets it all the way.
Flatter this time. Just one bounce short of Kofi James. What I've truly liked about this innings from Glenn, in addition to this 6 that he hit wide of long off, is that when you thought about how he came to the crease, the pressure that he must have been under, he was striking at just about maybe 50 or so in terms of his strike rate, and many might have thought it was a bit slow for him. But what he did was he was able to capitalize on the platform that he set for himself in terms of time spent at the crease, because in terms of the surface, it's become a lot easier to bat on. And what he's been able to do is go through the gears, Javel Glenn. And it's something that we talk about in terms of batters being able to understand situations, understand the pressure, a bit of pressure probably on that body because of the time that he spent at the crease, maybe a cramp or two for him, but he's really been able to, as I said, spend time at the crease. He had help from Javor Royal, who took the attack to the Hurricanes, but then at the departure of Royal, he decided it was my turn to go through the gears, going to second, going to third, and now striking closer to a run of ball, Glenn. And at some stage, if he's able to continue, might get past a run of ball as well. More 6s here, confirmed. 48 for Jamaica Scorpions. A lot of those hit by Odean Smith previously, and now Royal and Glenn have joined the party and said, Odean, we don't exactly miss you because we can do this job as well. And it's really the turnaround season for them in comparison to what we saw last year. If we were to think about what they did last year, would not have expected for them to be here right now. Just wonder, can somebody bring me one of those hot dogs up to the comm box? This man on screen will be in action a little later with ball in hand. He's hoping not to have to pad up. Wants to save all his energy, but he's amongst the leading wicket takers. Marquino Minley, man of the match when last they played here versus the Hurricanes. Picked up, I believe, 4 wickets in that encounter. In fact, no, 5. Because I remember the catch was taken by Javel Glenn to give him that 5, and that photographer, he has been spot on all tournament long. Getting ready though to continue action again in what is turning out to be a very commanding batting performance, Stacey.
11 runs from the over so far. So pressure on Hayden Walsh Jr.
Bit of pressure on the neck of Bryan as well, because that's the big chain he's got going on there. We're accustomed to seeing the gold, and some days you might see silver.
All I can say, to each their own, Joel, to each their own.
I just wonder if it maybe has a religious undertone to it, because I'm looking at it, seeing the Rastafari colors in it as well. Wait. Oh, don't worry about what's around the neck. Worry about what's in his hand. That bat is hitting.
An excellent shot from Bryan. Adding to the maximums that has been hit today by Jamaica. 13 sixes. Must be some sort of record.
"17 in the over, 286 for 8.
This has been excellent ball striking from Jamaica. Scorpions 13 sixes and 24 fours in this innings. Did have that little mini collapse, 6 for 12 in the middle. This has been excellent in terms of comebacks.
On target to go well beyond 300, could possibly go past the total that Barbados Pride put up last night as well. 339 is what Barbados Pride got batting first, and you just wondered if maybe Leewards might have taken a hint from what happened yesterday and what happened in what have been the last set of matches to be played here, and realized that teams batting first have in fact been able to put up good scores and also win the game as well. What they've done is won the toss and baked, because they've been in the hot sun for close to 50 overs now.
And just as we saw in that semi-final yesterday, it was some pretty poor bowling at times, as well as lackadaisical fielding. And we've sort of seen that in this match as well. And you win the toss, you think that you'll go with the history of the ground, the history of the tournament, and you just don't pick up the chances.
Gets past the diving Chesney Hughes. More pain and more pressure for the Hurricanes.
It's almost like he can do no wrong. A full pitch delivery. Just gets the outside edge, and short third in the ring. It runs away for 4. Runs to Glenn, more runs to Jamaican Scorpions. They move on to 290 for 8.
Fielder out there, but he can't get it. The pipe is leaking. In fact, it has probably burst.
Sure what happened there, almost like he's consoling Louis. An attempted slower delivery. You can see trying to take pace off. That's probably why he apologized, having to look at where the ball was going and running in that straight line.
Can't do that, Javel Glenn. You hit him with the bat and you hit him with the body as well. That's got to be unfair. Because as the bowler, you're feeling the pain of the licks that you're getting, and then you feel the pain of the shoulder of Javel Glenn. It's not been a good day for Louis. It's not been a good day for the Hurricanes. Yeah, he's not entertaining that apology either. Does that fire him up here? What does Louis deliver? He's gone for 2 back-to-back boundaries. This time, a single, and Glenn avoids running into him.
And 9 runs from the over so far, including those 2 boundaries. I think it's just the angle where he was played, or where he played those 2 deliveries, Glenn, and the line in which the bowler finished on. I'd say it was good on him to apologize. Whether it was accepted or not.
Check the running here. He was almost on course for him again. Oopsie. Yeah, just had to go, around the roundabout, how we have in the Caribbean. He went around the roundabout on the right side of it there, Javel Glenn. No damage done on that occasion. Brian, though. Might have to bowl that again. Confirm no. Vampire Banwari. Few overs in double figures now. Yeah, Banwari's been doing a good job across this tournament. Kudos to all the umpires that we've had for this year's Super 50. Definitely not an easy task out there. Oh, yeah. Do good, do good. Yep, that's him right there. Now the over comes to an end. 296 for 8. They are. An innings that you can probably think might have been over, should have been over. But I reckon this next package here is brought to you by Butter, because they've simply spilled everything on offer. Leeward Islands Hurricanes left alone a couple as well. The easiest of them just spilled it. Yep, she can't believe it. And that is how we know who they're supporting. 296 for 8, on the verge of another 300 score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And you have to say they've been helped. 14 extras, can't be too harsh there, but they've been helped by the fielding. Thomas has got 3 overs left. What was the 45th, the 47th, the 49th, maybe. Ooh, to close it out though, 7 for 21. Best of the lot when you look at what's there in terms of economy rates. As soon as we pumped him up, he gives us a wide.
Possibly trying not to go into the arc or the slot of Glenn. He's been hitting them clean down the ground. So probably thinking that he wants him to play into the leg side. And wind normally blows across the ground, left to right of the batter.
Should just be wanted a fielder down there. And Neil Durham on that occasion doing the fielding. But it's almost as if he's been bowling on a completely different surface. O'Shane Thomas. He's been able to be economical. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. He's not truly found much support in terms of that economy rate amongst his other bowlers. His bowlers have felt the pain of the blade of those guys just on screen. And they continue to feel the pain as well because they've not yet wrapped up the innings.
Yeah, you just look at that bowling again and you see how many bowlers have been used. Thomas, you mentioned, has been excellent. And then you look and you see to the top, Ngor has bowled 2 overs for 9 runs with 1 wicket. So you just wonder how come? Why has he only bowled 2? I don't think you want to bring him in this phase with the way Glenn has been going. Just might have think that they missed a trick there to have him bowl a few more overs.
Headline that Stacey is asking is, why hasn't Gore bowled more? Well, we're not going to get an answer to that headline, I promise you. What can Thomas do? Wasn't Thomas the name of the train that could? I think so, Stacey. One of those children's books. I think Thomas was the name of the child, or rather the train that could. I'll look it up for us. Slapped away, slapped nicely by Javel Glenn. He's upping that strike rate and takes his team past 300.
Another excellent shot from Javel Glenn. Up and over. Picks out that gap, picks out the positioning quite well, and puts the pressure on Thomas, who has 2 deliveries to bowl to him. Just brings in a field adjustment.
That one signal away. It would appear I'm mixing up my trains, Stacey. So the little engine that could is completely different. Is I think I can, I think I can. But Thomas was the name of a train in a children's series. Thomas and Friends, a blue train. Grew up watching trains, Stacey.
I can tell, Joel, I can tell. Did you have a favorite?
I don't think so, just the one that I think I can, I think I can. What can Thomas do here? Just think maybe that one got a bit of the thigh on its way through. Yeah, do get signals there. Just one left in this over, and once again, just thinking back to what he's been able to do. Thomas, yeah, just gets away with this one a little bit off the thighs of Javel Glenn. Even with 8, and you will say this has been an expensive over for him. This would have been a good over for somebody else that we've seen bowl here today. And just a single to close it. So you can say another good over for Thomas. 305 for 8.
300 came up in that 45th over for Jamaican Scorpions. And a few tall towers. 24th over. An over with 3 wickets in it. Haven't really gotten wickets after that.
All in all, makes for good viewing if you're supporting the Scorpions. And the reason why it makes for even better viewing is simply because as a Scorpions fan, you had to be disappointed with what you saw last season in 2023. So to see performances like this here today on the back of what was a slide for them as well. So you look there and see partnerships only of 6 not, 6 not, and you tell yourself, it reminds you of something that you've seen before from the Scorpions. But then Royal and Glenn stood the test of time and put their team back into a commanding position, and I guess once again inspired hope across those who support the Scorpions. Yeah, they've been a good advertisement for what it is to turn around your favors. Yeah, I would smile if I was Javor Royal as well. He's done a magnificent job for his side here today, alongside Kirk McKenzie, who too got a start as well. Might be a little disappointed he didn't carry on, but what they've done is set up what is a very mammoth target, because we still have 5 overs to go, and in the mood that Glenn is in, if he keeps striking it, don't even worry about the 100, worry about 350 here for the Scorpions.
And contrasting, because with those wickets that were lost 6 for 12, all eyes on the umpire.
Well, that's interesting, and I think maybe the conversation is where did it land, because I think automatically it could have been a wide plus a wide, given what we saw. No real adjustment from Glenn in terms of getting it across outside of that off stump. So it's a question of, did it land off the pitch? I remember talking about the struggles that Louis has had in the back end of the innings, not struggling to get his front foot behind the line, so we can go past that part of it. But it's here that we're looking at, did it bounce off the pitch? Ooh, could have sneaked just inside, just on. Yeah, I was wondering about the move from Glenn. Yeah, he did move.
I think that's the only reason why it has not been called a wide, because of that initial movement. Oh, it is called a wide. Because even though Glenn possibly is batting on a middle and off stump line, he did sort of pitch way wider. I just wonder if that's the plan for these last few overs.
Goes wide again. Signal again by umpire Bandwari. There's also something to consider as well, and that's the time factor. And I think that at some stage a penalty might be incurred here in this last power play in terms of not finishing the overs by the required time. This is the 15th wide that we've had. Goes wide, but the man on the boundary does a job. Can't get back for 2. You understand he wants to get back on strike, Glenn.
I also think it's a risky field that he's bowling to. Why do you have a deep mid wicket if you're bowling that line? If you're bowling this line where you want him to score on the offside. The fielder did well.
Right-handed Brian on strike now. A heavy set leg side field for him. A man at long on, cow corner, deep backwards, square leg. Does he go straight to him? Does he go into the surface? Goes into the surface with pace on that one. Dot ball for him.
Usually you don't normally have right-handed bowlers liking to bowl or favoring to bowl at left-handed batters. And this is much more comfortable for him bowling at the right-hander. Oh, it's a much straighter line. He'll also have to try and not err in terms of the width, because he has a fine leg in and short third in. started off with 2 wides, and this has been a better comeback from Louis.
And by far better from him, especially in terms of hitting his areas to the right-hander. Because I get the feeling that he can't afford to go too full as well around that off stump. Third man up in the circle. As soon as I mentioned third man up in the circle, probably gets away with that one. Just needed a fine edge rehearsed there by Brian. And I promise you that would have run away to the boundary.
Yeah, he needs to find a single. He needs to get Glenn back on strike. We'll have no issue at all bowling at Brian. And 2 deliveries to go. What can he do, Brian? What can he do, Louis?
Just gets that right boot out there, the big boot of Thomas. To get that single though, however, it's the last ball now to come of the over. How does Glenn approach it? Did they have a conversation in terms of how they plan to maneuver this back end of the innings? This now being the 2nd highest total of any team this season. Barbados Pride with 339 being the highest. Can Louis close this over out? He's just gone for 4. It's been a good over so far from him. On the flip side, what does Glenn do? Pumps him back down the ground. Work to be done for long off. And they get 2. Means 6 runs come from the over. 311 for 8.
A good comeback from Louis in this over. After starting with those 2 wides, just the 6 runs from it. The current run rate 6.76. If they continue at this phase, they can score 338. Similar to what we saw yesterday.
Two overs left for Thomas, and we predicted and figured that he would bowl them back to back. So the 47th for him and the 49th, which means question who bowls the 48th and the 50th. Some running repairs to the surface, a bit of remarking to make sure that we can see those lines. Could expect a quick single or 2 to be coming at some stage, given that Brian is on strike. Some running repairs as well to a few of the players. It seems as if everybody's at the repair shop right now. Yeah, that right forearm just giving Glenn some problems. We saw it just before he got to the 50. Here again. A lot going on in that think tank for the Hurricanes, because they can certainly say that they've been off the ball in this semi-final. You thought maybe after the start that they've been able to claw things back, and they did through Raheem Cornwall and Hayden Walsh, picking up some wickets there around that middle phase, and then things just simply got away from them through the likes of Javel Glenn just standing up and occupying the crease, and then Javar Royal simply taking the attack to everyone on the field. Stacey, looking at it from a Hurricanes perspective, what might you think about this situation? Actually, before we get to that though, Stacey, this is why we have to think about what they're thinking about, because Royal took them to all parts of the ground. He was brutal and he was effective and powerful in there as well, because some flew the distance. All the chairs here were in problems when he was batting. Anytime they dropped a fraction short as well, he punished. But yeah, because of him, what might the Hurricanes be thinking at this stage now?
Just to get through these overs, literally. And 4 overs remaining. Glenn is set. He's on 81 from 82. This partnership worth 49 from 37. Yeah, they just might be thinking, yeah, how soon can this be over?
Well, he owes somebody a sight screen, that's for sure. That's not a simple repair job. That's not a patch. That needs to be stripped. A new panel needs to be put there. One at each end of the ground. Javel Royal, how are your carpentry skills, young man? How are you with a hammer and nail? We know how you are with a bat. O'Shane Thomas has got a bit of a smile on his face. He's got 12 balls to go. It's been a hard day. They've been made to toil out there in the sun. And they will toil a bit longer.
And 19 extras from the Leeward Island Hurricanes. And Glenn will be thinking about getting to the other end. He's on 81 from 82. Brian 9 from 14. This partnership with 50 from 38.
Gets a single there. You get the thinking here that Brian is to Glenn what Glenn was to Royal in terms of the roles that they played in the partnership. Exactly what Brian is doing at the moment, holding up the other end, rotating the strike when he can. That's what Glenn was doing for Royal. Now that Royal is gone, Glenn has assumed the position that Royal occupied. He's asked Brian to do exactly as he did. What's this conversation now? Thank you very much, probably. Yes, it is. There you have it. Thank you for doing exactly as what you need to do, because it's also a 50-run partnership for them. 51 is what this partnership is. Glenn is doing what Glenn does. Hits it with all his might.
Yeah, Thomas isn't very pleased with the effort from the fielder. Almost had a slow reaction. Yeah, hit. Almost like the fielder took off very late and could have done better in terms of that effort. Goofy James, the fielder, with that heavily strapped finger. And nonetheless, Glenn moves on to 85. And what is his highest score of the season?
This one is up, but should fall safely. Can they push for 2 though? Yes, they do. And this goes back to that fitness factor that I was talking about in terms of what I've been seeing, in terms of what he's been posting. He's been working heavily on his fitness, Javel Glenn. And so far, you're seeing the results of the work being put in behind the scenes.
Well, now you know, Joel, that it wasn't all photos. He's been working extremely hard. 87 from 84, including those power hitting shots.
Does this go the distance? Yes, this does. Glenn edges ever closer to what would be his first ever century at this level. They want it. How much does he want it?
Yeah, this has been an excellent innings from Glenn. Started off very, very slowly, very watchful. But he knows his areas. Just look at the power behind the man. I had the camera gun looking for cover.
is delightful, and this is brutal from Javel Glenn. 99.
Yeah, this is brutal ball striking from Glenn. 6th ball prior. And this one is just flat and powerful. Everyone has to duck for cover. It's 20 runs off the over so far, and he moves on to 99.
This is his moment. This is his day. Javel Glenn, for the first time, you have yourself 100. How special this must be. Worthy of all tears. Oh, to see the emotions of this young man. He deserves it. He has worked hard. He's been left out for 2 years from this franchise. He's been brought back in 2024, and he's delivered more than he's ever done in his life.
And just look at what it means to him in his 9th match for Jamaican Scorpions. 87 ball century. 26 years of age. Just look at the emotion. This is what you work hard for all season, all pre-season, and then to be able to execute in a semi-final.
The emotions on this honestly send chills up the spine. You can't help but feel proud to see a moment like this, to see how hard he's worked, to see that work pay off. Job not done though. He's got to settle the emotions again and take his team to the end.
Partnership again goes on to 71 from 45. Another important partnership in this phase for the Scorpions.
.333 for 8, on course to surpass that 339 yesterday by Barbados Pride. Understanding his role, Brian. He is to Glenn what Glenn was to Royal. But Glenn has taken it one step further. Previously, just the 1 centurion, or rather 1 century for Jamaica. That was by the bat of Carlos Brown. Now they have 2. Now they have Javel Glenn. And he's come good in a game where they were under pressure. In a game where you thought maybe they might be skittled out for 200, 210. But no. He's wielded that bat like a sword. Slain all in his path. He stands at 101 now. It continues for him. Forget about it being Thursday. It is Glenn Day.
Excellent once again from Glenn, just using the pace, and Louis trying to bowl that outside off stump line. He uses the pace and it runs away. And he moves on to 105. 15 sixes and 29 fours. There must be a record.
This time a quiet one. But I just wonder what is going through the heart and mind right now with Javel Glenn. I talked about how he came through the lobby this morning with a bit of a chip in his step. I didn't know that chip would take him towards 100, but maybe he did.
Sometimes it's just about that belief and backing your strengths, backing the work that he's put in that pre-season. You mentioned he's looked a bit fitter, he's looked a bit leaner, he's looked a bit more hungry. Just being able to execute. And it's only in his 9th match, list a match for Jamaican Scorpions.
Yeah, it's been so interesting for him because I mentioned when I first encountered him back in 2017, I don't think he's truly found himself making a name, or the name that he wanted to make for himself, on the T20 franchise circuit. He's been in and out of this Jamaica franchise. Dot ball to close. 339 for 8. But yeah, just to continue on Glenn, and I said he's been in and out of the Jamaica franchise. I remember he made his way across to the States to play a couple of those T10s and T20s as well, and he had a couple innings in those as well, Javel Glenn. But none of them will compare to this day, the day that he's worked, you can say, all his life for, to be honest, because you can say that he bleeds Jamaica in his blood. A day when it needed a star, he has shown like no other. You might call him the sun, the biggest of them all. But yeah, it's been a knock to remember for him. I said it's no longer Thursday, it's Glenn Day. And this is what it means to him. The only shame, Stacey, is that the stadium was not packed to see this knock. Many of them will only hear about it, but we can say we saw it live.
I'm sure there'll be some footage on YouTube, Windies cricket channel.
And he's put down another chance, grasped. And this now brings up the highest total this season. And you just wonder if it's the highest total of drops as well.
Yeah, that tally moves up to 5 drop chances in this innings. Well, 5 drop chances and 1 catch not attempted. Have been corrected.
We choose probably to count that one that we saw escorted towards the boundary as a chance as well. But it's truly been a commanding performance, and because of that, they've earned this title. They've earned the right of being the team that has the highest total on the board. And I emphasize earned because they've been made to work for it. Things started slow for the Scorpions, lost those wickets, and then batters stood up. And because of that, earned this right, earned this award. And what Leeward has done as well is just bring an additional man into the circle right there at mid-off, keeping Brian on strike.
Just think he'll have a go as well. Have a go at what's happening here, because it's already 78 from 52 this partnership. So healthy. Give Glenn a bit of a rest. Have him look at your fireworks from that end.
He has a go. I talked about mid-off in the circle. Mid-off tracks back. And Durham takes a comfortable catch in the end. No fault or shame there for Brian.
Yeah, none whatsoever, because it's the last 2 overs. 9 deliveries to go, so just trying to get as many as possible. Length delivery and just trying to take on the fielder. Durham takes a very good catch. Didn't have to do a lot of work in terms of coming out of the circle, but Gordon Brian, he goes for 11. It's 3-4-0 for 9.
He's done a good job with the ball. He's got a couple balls to face now with the bat. Double M Marquino Mindley is the last man for the Scorpions. Probably might think better served defending a couple, allowing Glenn to just go all guns blazing at the last over, or maybe does Mindley fancy himself as a ball striker? Who knows?
Just a change in feel. And short third goes back. Just trying to ensure that they've got the right feel for Mindley. Point is coming into the circle.
Oh, Mindley is a ball striker. Maybe bat, maybe pad, I'm not sure. Yep, confirmed his bat on that one. What a perfect start to his innings.
Yeah, just getting warm for his bowling innings. Getting those legs moving, getting the hands moving. Very well flicked. Just enough and fine enough to run away for 4.
In behind it nicely. Almost makes me want to compare him to a fellow commentator whose average he said was averaging probably about 3 or so in terms of how they're able to stand up at the back end of an innings. Just one ball though for him to face out in this one, and then all license to Javel Glenn. Mindley does his job. Turned down that one. 49 bowled. 344 for 9. The last 6 of this innings will be bowled by Jeremiah Louis. Six balls for Glenn to face. He's already 107. I talked about the fact that going through the gears, he would get himself to a runner ball and get himself to better than a runner ball. He showed that here. What can he do with his final 6? Last man battle, they say in situations like these. Ball number 1 of the battle goes to Jeremiah Louis.
Umpires just having a look quite close to that front line. Don't think you want to give him a free hit at this point. A strike rate of 116.
The opt to take this single. I don't think Mindley wanted to come down this end. I don't think Mindley expected to be at this end, but Glenn says, go ahead, my boy, you can do this as well.
And if he didn't want to stay at this end, he should have possibly been trying to run a bit harder to get to.
So the license has now been handed to Mindley. A bit of a change in the field here as well. Just a swap of the fielders though. Cover and mid-off. Joel Andrew comes to cover. Hayden Walsh goes to mid-off. Two balls. Too good so far from Louis, and still another change in the field now. I think third man to go a bit wider. Might fall safe. Does a good job in terms of getting Glenn back on strike for these last three. But looking at 346, you think maybe staring down a very deep and dark barrel at this stage, the Hurricanes. Especially when you think about the fact that they've lost their two best batters as well. Somebody's going to have to stand up in a big way. Might need a ladder to stand this tall, Stacey. Thinking two, can they get two? Edge is ever closer to 350, a landmark that we've not seen at all in this year's edition.
It does look to be a bit winded. And Glenn, he has two deliveries. He just lost his shape a bit. He refuses the possible single. Good over so far from Louis, 4 from it. Just one delivery to go. You wonder what will Glenn be thinking. He's on 110 from 95.
Batted 210 runs, Jamaica Scorpions, since the fall of that 7th wicket. 5th highest in list day cricket. And 4. The story of the Hurricanes in one ball brings up the 350 for the Jamaica Scorpions. Probably should have been a tame 1, maybe 2 at best, but this effort truly describes a lot of what we've seen today from the Hurricanes. Yeah, not on par at all, but talking about on par, you've heard about the Rock of Gibraltar. Today you've seen the Rock of Glen. That young man has been fantastic in all that he's done here today. 114 not out from 96 deliveries. They will stand and applaud what has been an effort that many should have witnessed live here today. He's taken them to 352 for 9, the highest total of this season. He's worked hard. I say hard work eventually produces results. His results are 114 not out. That man was out there with him for some time, Javar Royal. They're the ones that turned around the ship for the Scorpions, but Javel Glenn led them home. What a card this looks like here for Jamaica Scorpions. Things at the top look good for them. Yes, they lost Brown early, but Campbell and McKenzie, they came together and formed what was a very good partnership. Then things slipped away from them quite quickly You saw wickets fall in clusters, thanks to Cornwall, thanks to Walsh. But standing tall were Royal and Glenn. As I mentioned, Glenn started quite slowly, but then accelerated, went through the gears. And he stands there as the highlight, as the lighthouse for them.
It has been a struggle for the Leeward Island Hurricanes bowlers. Just the 1 wicket early in the 3rd over. And then it was a healthy run partnership in the middle. Cornwall eventually picked up a 4. Hayden Walls Jr. picked up 3. Thomas picked up 1, and then that 1 wicket to go. Extras 19. Jamaican Scorpions, well, they end on 352 for 9.
Oh, this is the target, the biggest that must be chased down. 353 is what the Hurricanes will need if they're to find themselves in another final.
That was the moment where raw emotions came to the fore. The power of this great sport of cricket. Once more, it had a little bit of everything: spirituality, passion, sense of fulfillment. What a moment for Javel Glenn, bringing up his maiden List A century in this semi-final number 2. It was something to behold, this comeback from Jamaica Scorpions. Alongside me, Kesrick Williams. Let's dive deeper into that maiden List A century by Javel Glenn. How would you describe that?
Definitely, I'm speechless, but I'm happy at the same time for Javel Glenn because I know how hard he have worked, and as the coach just rightly said, it's the greatest comeback of all time, and I have to support him with it. You could see the emotion in Glenn's face. You could see how he reacted when he got to his 100. He was out of the team for a good while, and he came back, and he did very well for them this year, and I'm very happy for the young man. Hope he continue with this.
Yeah, he was striking at just about 60 at the start of his innings, and then the last 28 balls, guess what? 64 runs at a strike rate of 228 and getting his team to that impressive total of 352. Now, of course, Jamaica Scorpions started well with that 114 partnership between Mackenzie and Skipper Campbell, and then that slide. Did you expect that? 6 wickets for just 12 runs, Kesrick.
Well, to be honest with you, DG, I've seen it throughout the tournament. When teams slide, they slide pretty badly. And it's not anything that we're surprised about seeing it today. We saw that Leeward did that against Windies at the Queen's Park Oval. So they came here today and they almost did it again. But what a comeback from Javel Glenn and Royal. How good was that knock? I tell you, it's out of the world.
Yeah, before we talk about that triple wicket maiden in the 24th over, the skipper, Rakeem Cornwall, along with Hayden Walsh Jr., you felt that they were going to shoot that Jamaica Scorpions team out for maybe 160, but it was not to be, definitely. Let's talk about that partnership between Royal and Glenn. Royal entertainment, you must say.
Well, a really good innings. What Royal did, he came out and he did a counter punch. So he came and he smashed it all over the park. If you realize in that innings, Glenn was a more compact, he was more relaxed, he was getting in, and I knew whenever he get in, he would be very destructive. I've seen both of these guys play. I've played with them at the CPL level, and these guys are packed with energy, packed with a lot of confidence. They were known as the Energy Kings in St. Lucia Kings, and they came here today packed with energy. Really well calculated innings, both guys.
Yeah, well, Jamaica, they were 138 for 7, finished on 352. That's the comeback from the Scorpions. So if you missed it, well, you missed a treat, a real treat. Thank you very much, Kesrick Williams, for your thoughts. We'll wait and see this run chase from the Hurricanes. Don't write them off. But after the break, we talk to a legend. Yes, a legend. Sir Curtly Ambrose talks everything about himself, his career, his life off the field. This is something you don't want to miss. Please sit back and enjoy.
It's time now for the second semi-final, Leeward Islands taking on Jamaica. And because of that, I've got to talk to a friend who's played many years for the Leeward Islands, and he also has a fun side. He enjoys some music and I guess a bit of a dancing. Let's go see who it is. So Curtly, I want to say first of all thank you for taking time out of your off day to have this conversation with me. I hope I didn't disturb any rest. But I want to take you back to the year 1997, 1998, that period whereby that was the last 50 over competition you would have won with the Leeward Islands. Take me back to that year and what stands out about that year for you.
Do you realize that's what, 26 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
You really believe I could remember what took place in 1997, 98?
Yes, because one thing I know about you is that you remember years, dates, and people.
Well, this time, I can't quite remember, to be honest with you. I mean, being a part of the Leeward Islands team, you know, from ever since, you know, we play aggressive, tough cricket. And we always have this never say die attitude. Doesn't matter who we're playing against. We have strong self-belief in ourselves, you know, and to be honest with you, Joel, you know, when you look at the 1990s, the Leewards were really one of the top teams. I mean, I made my debut in 1986, a one-off game. I wasn't originally in the squad, but a couple of fast bowlers got injured. So they drafted me in for the last game. And then I missed the whole in 87, went to the camp, wasn't selected, and then came back in 88. So between 1988 and 2000, when I retired, I mean, Leewards were really a powerhouse team.
Now, first of all, I'll tell you that I was born in 1990, so I wouldn't have watched too much of this.
Of course not. You gotta go on YouTube.
It's true. But talk to me, because one thing we were talking about off camera is the rivalries that you guys had. Talk to me, I guess, a bit about the rivalries that would have come through during the years that you were playing for the Leewards.
Trust me, when you look at the kind of players and the quality of players you come up against, Barbados, for instance, when the Leeward Islands team traveled to Barbados, you know, when they got someone like a Survive at the helm, so Richie Richardson, you know, Keith Arterton, and even before that, Luther Kelly, and that kind of stuff, myself, you know, the Benjamins, Baptiste, you know. So we had a powerful team as well. When they get to Barbados, and they meet Haynes and Greenwich, Carlisle Best, Malcolm Marshall, you know, I mean, it's like a mini test match, you know, and those days, cricket was the thing. And you go to the Kensington Oval, I mean, it's a full house. Because it's a mini test match, lots of quality players on show. You know, you come to Antigua, the same thing. You know, the ARG, full. You know, so I mean, the rivalry was always, you know, like a test match.
Well, you were talking to me about a special innings that you had. I believe it was a 50, because you were talking to Kesrick, you know, his batting figures. It was 50. How much it was that day?
53.
53.
Against Australia. Right in Trinidad, Queen's Park Oval. Right? So I mentioned Australia because I don't want people to think you're a little small team. Australia's a big team, you know. I remember that we were struggling, and I went in at number 9. We were like maybe 100 and something for 7. We were really struggling, and I went and joined Jeffrey Dujan, and we put on 70-yard run partnership. I said to Dude, you don't worry, you keep hold up one end, I'll take your business. You know, you know, but we put our 70-yard one partnership, and I scored my 53, my only test 50. Dujan ended up with 70-yard, you know, so we kind of got Western out of trouble.
No, so we dealt with cricket. I want to take you to the more fun side of security, the side that we see and don't see. Let's go to dancing, because I magically found out this year that you were on Dancing
with the Stars, Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you end up on that show, security?
I got an email inviting me to Australia to do Dancing with the Stars. And I saw the email and I just kind of ignore it, you know, because I figured to myself, no, I'm not going to do that. And then there was a follow-up email. And I said, these people like they're serious. I mean, I'm an Antiguan, I'm a West Indian, I got natural rhythm, you know, but dancing to reggae music and calypso music is totally different than dancing on the ballroom floor. I was like, nah. So I told my wife and my daughters, you know, I got this invitation to go to Australia. I didn't even finish the sentence. They're all in unison. You have to go. You have to go. It's a big thing. Da, 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 da. I said, but I have to think about it. They were like, no, you have nothing to think about. You got to go. And after thinking about it, I said, you know what? It's a nice opportunity to show not only Australian but other cricketing parts of the world that I'm not only this big, tall, mean, aggressive fast bowler. There's a softer side too. So that's the main reason why I went to show. And I must say, I enjoyed it thoroughly. I had a wonderful time, and it was really, really fun.
All right, good. So out of 10 now, I need to be honest with yourself here, Nowza Curly. Out of 10, what would you rate your dance moves?
I got better as we progressed, because I didn't know what to expect. And it's not like cricket. I know thing or two about bowling, so I could go to the nets and find some shortcuts, you know? But with dancing, there's no shortcuts. Because first of all, my dance partner, I'm 6'8". I'm a whole foot taller than my dance partner. She was really, really patient, and because I marked myself very hard. And when I mess up my steps, I was like, damn, come on. And she was like, no, you're doing fine. And she was really, really, you know, supportive and stuff. So the first dance, I didn't know, well, I had a month, you know, before the competition. So I had enough time to do my first dance. So I was pretty confident I could pull it off. But after that first dance, is every week we do a different dance. So I got 1 week to do a new dance. So it was much harder, you know? But it went well. I really enjoyed it. The judges, they weren't very kind to us. Right? They gave us some low marks.
But I want to take it finally to the music side of things, because I know that you love is your bass guitar. Bass, yeah. Yes. Every day you are guaranteed that security will be watching how to do something new on the bass guitar, maybe tuning it a little better, learning a new sound. Like, that is security. How did you end up on the music side of things?
We were in England, the West Indies team, and Sir Richie, been playing guitar for a long time. So he always walk with his guitar when he go on tours, because you know, you need to find ways to relax. Some guys may go out to a nightclub or go have a drink. Richie have his guitar. And before he became captain, we were roommates. So he'd be strumming his guitar, and I used to just hit the table for accompaniment, you know, and we just relax and unwind from international cricket. And one day I said to him, I'm gonna buy me a bass guitar. I've never played a bass in my life, never touched a bass guitar. And incidentally, right around the corner from the hotel was a music shop. So Richie and I went around and I bought my guitar, and it was the same guitar that the bassist in Burning Flames were using. It's the same one I bought. Because I said, I had to look at him. If he's using that, gotta be a good one. So I bought that, and then when I got back to Antigua after the tour, you know, I went to Kenneth Benjamin's brother, was playing in a band as well. So I went to him and told him, listen, I need you to write out all the notes on the bass for me so I could learn them. So he did all that for me. So you want to see me like a little school child, have that piece of paper everywhere I go, looking at the notes, trying to memorize the notes, all the notes on the bass. You know, then I put it aside and try to, okay, bam, bam, bam. And if I'm not sure, then I look. So I have to, because you must know all the notes, we're going to play music. So that's how we started. And then the first reggae song I learned to play was Stir It Up, Bob Marley. Because the bass line is so nice and simple and sweet, you know? So I learned that. And then the first calypso I learned to play was a song from the Burning Flames called Island Girl, you know? So those are the two songs I learned first, properly. And then, so everywhere Richie and I go, we murder those two songs, man. I had to sing, because Richie don't want to sing, so somebody had to sing so we can know exactly where the song is at, you know? So that's how I started singing as well. And then, coincidentally, Jordan the Ballhead, Richie and I made an appearance on one of the gigs and played a couple of songs. And then we left for a tour. And after we came back, we learned that Jordan Ballhead is no longer together. So the lead singer, you know, decided he wanted to form the new Jordan the Ballhead. and asked Rich and I to be part of it. So I said to him, as much as I like music, playing 2 songs is easy. But to play for 2 hours, that's a different thing altogether. I can't do it. Because my plan was to go to music school, learn music properly, and then get into a band. And he said, no, we're going to practice a lot and blah, blah. But I like challenges. So I decided, you know what, let me go. So that's how it all started. And, you know, I bought some books and stuff so I could learn and all that stuff, and some DVDs and all that stuff to kind of educate myself, you know, and everything. So that's how it all started. And, you know, as you mentioned, you know, every now and then you'll see me looking
every now and then, every day.
Every day, yeah. Because I mean, what I find, music is you never stop learning. It's a never-ending stuff, you know. And because I never had no formal training, I got to kind of do it. I basically learn on the job, you know, and from books and that kind of stuff. So try to educate myself as often as possible, you know. So I'm doing okay.
A little better than okay, probably, but we're getting ready, as you know, for the semi-final. Leeward taking on Jamaica. My only question here for you is, who do you think is going to come out on top this one?
Well, I'm going to always support Leewards. You know, that goes without saying. I think the 4 teams in the semi-finals are the 4 better teams for the tournament and deserve to be in the semis. However, it's not going to be easy because they've lost Michael Louis and they've lost our top run scorer in Justin Graves. So that's a big, big void, which means guys will have to step up. But I think once the guys believe in themselves enough, they can get past Jamaica. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going with Leewards.
Thank you very much, Sir Curly. Now, before we go, you know, I must do this. So we're going to pretend to be Sir Curly. So this is the bass guitar. And we're going to use his favorite word. Ready for this one? Jubilation. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Curly Ambrose.
captivating semi-final 2 is unfolding. We've been totally entertained in the first half of this semi-final match between the Scorpions and the Hurricanes. Of course, the Scorpions sent in to bat by the Hurricanes. They started really well with a 114-run partnership between Campbell and McKenzie, and then they stuttered, lost 6 wickets for just 12 runs, and they roared back, the Scorpions, with that partnership of 124 between Glenn and Royal, and they ended on 352 for 9. Many options used by Rakeem Cornwall. Best of the lot, the skipper himself, 4 for 67. Both himself and Hayden Walsh Jr. bowled brilliantly in tandem with each other. Walsh Jr. with 3 for 78. But beyond those two, they had very little support in their quest to get 10 wickets. So the equation now for the Hurricanes, it's a significant one. They need 353 if they are to secure a spot in the final. They'll need to go at a good tick, just over 7 runs per over. Justin Hughes once more given the chance to open the batting. Both himself and Kadeem Henry at the top of the innings. Remember, no Justin Graves, no Mikel Louis. Last time these two teams met, it was Kadeem Henry and Kofi James. So a change in combination against the Scorpions opposition. Oh, he's a star. He's been the go-to bowler for the Scorpions. Makino Mindley, first ball, second innings. And off the mark straight away. Shakira Selman alongside me. How are we to judge what to expect from the Hurricanes in this run chase?
Yes, do or die for the Hurricanes. They have to win this game. They have to break that pattern of winning then losing. It's a mountain to climb. 352 runs scored by the Scorpions. They will need a good partnership at the top. Haven't gotten a good partnership since Justin Graves and Mikel Louis left. Lots of work to do for this youngster on screen. Henry, who only made his debut 2 games ago. And he'll have to do it against a Makino Mindley, who has his tail up after getting 5 wickets in that last encounter between these two sides. These are the moments you live for. This is the occasion you've practiced so hard for. This is when you want to step up. Replicate what Javel Glenn did, what Royal did. They need contributions from everyone, particularly in this top order.
It's in the air for a while. Henry trying to whip this one through the onside. We'll wait to see if there's any swing on offer. What you'd see from Mindley early up is that ability to bring the ball into right-handers. That's where he sits on the list of most wickets in this CG United Super 50 Cup. And Rakeem Cornwall. It's away. So making the ball talk early. Makino Mindley.
We did say this is where he's so impressive. With the new ball, he's able to create chances, create opportunities. And every now and again, he gets really close to the stumps. Then the action becomes slingy. That's the reason for that ball just shaping away from the right-handed batter.
It's a ball both ways, so it keeps you guessing. So a reminder that this target and this score set by Jamaica Scorpions is the highest listed score at this venue. Will take a lot for the Hurricanes to go past this one. Not impossible though.
you want to break records, don't you? And you're telling yourself at the halfway break, if they can do it, we can. It's a belter of a pitch. See, they're 352 runs, highest score here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Next best, 337.
Two without loss. Looks relatively clear-cut. 3 significant partnerships responsible for the Scorpions getting to 352 for 9. This guy was the architect of the most significant one, Javor Royal. So after his brilliance with the bat, gets a chance to open the bowling as well. A game where I saw the game swung in different directions so significantly. A little mix up here, and there is the first wicket for the Scorpions. So the pressure telling straight away, and a good piece of fielding there from Jermaine Blackwood.
We've seen many factors being the difference in the two sides, but this for sure is one. Leeward Hurricanes, Island Hurricanes were not able to do this. They did not feel well. Jermaine Blackwood, we know just how good he is in the circle. Yeah, an easy run out in the end. Calamity for the Hurricanes. Not the start they would have wanted. Henry has to walk back. 1 run from 6 deliveries. Hurricanes 2 for 1.
Kofi James, new batter, out in the middle. Did mention that he opened the last time when the Hurricanes played the Scorpions. Didn't get off the mark, so he'll be under pressure. Well, getting that ball to shape into right-handers because of the angle. And he struck the ball and took off straight away without getting a definitive response from his partner. That's cut away behind point, and he will get 4. So pressure release to some extent.
Yeah, he will be disappointed with this delivery, Royal. He does like to target the stumps, especially with this new ball. On this occasion, though, he goes short and way too wide at Kofi James. Allows him to get off the mark with boundary.
He just got enough bat. Played it late enough to beat that fielder at backward point. Kofi James. Can he produce something special with the bat today?
Catch him!
Yeah, he will need to, Darren. He will need to. He did drop a few catches. He has a chance with the bat. 8 for 1.
Scorpions lost their first wicket when the score was 12. Very similar start for the Hurricanes, already with a wicket down, and that of Henry. It's Minley. Interesting to see if Chesney Hughes got home. Another energetic response from Blackwood in the outfield.
He's a man that spoke about energy in that interview pre-game. Yeah, struggling there, Chesney Hughes. Yeah, there's so much ball watching from the Hurricanes batters. Got in the end, but not the type of running you expect to see. You want to see more hunger. You want to see them really being desperate to preserve their wickets.
Pull leg side, strong enough to go all the way for 6. So good pickup shot from Kofi James. Great intent.
Short from working on Minley. He just transfers the weight back and helps it over that field, that deep backward square. Good start from Kofi James.
Struck that under the bounce. Swiveled nicely. His hands are relatively low in his stance position. And again. Second, 6. And of course in consecutive balls.
Yeah, because his hands are low, he is going to hit from low to high. So he's going to be trying to hit these shorter deliveries for 6, as opposed to rolling the wrist on top of the shot. Yeah, not the right length. Once more from Minley. Not enough pace to really trouble James. Yeah, this one hit well in front on this occasion.
Just a setup he's using. Maybe giving him the impression that he's going to go short and just waiting to produce that surprise element with a fuller, faster delivery. You often see that from bowlers. Fuller on that occasion.
He did dismiss Kofi James LBW in that last encounter. You can see he's still stuck on the crease on that occasion, showing lots of intent. Good bit of work by Brad Burns at sharp mid wicket, keeping it to just 1. You just wonder if perhaps this is a better situation for Kofi James with his CPL experience. Not too much to think about. Clear intent from ball 1. They know they have to score quite quickly from ball 1.
You look at the situation, it warrants batters in the Hurricane side getting themselves in very quickly and then showing that attacking intent. Expensive over, 15 coming from it, 23 for 1.
Yeah, you can see the disparity in runs production for the Leeward Islands Volcanoes. Justin Graves stands clear and tall, 401 runs in just 5 games. Now he's gone. Next best, Jamar Hamilton, 156. They'll need more from him. Raheem Cornwall coming off of 50, and Chesney Hughes, who's at the crease now.
Christopher Wilkins, one of the persons hired by Cricket West Indies to oversee ground preparation. He'll be quite pleased with what he's seen here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in terms of the pitch, the 22 yards. It's been a surface and a square that has offered a little more advantage to batters. That's runs. Will be 4. Boundary in the over quite early.
Yeah, started off the over with 2 wides down the leg side. He's trying to bowl very tight lines to Chesney Hughes. Gets 2 straight on that occasion once more. This time he's able to make contact and beat that for that sharp fine for a boundary.
Catch him now, Nazir. Easy, Nazir. Catch him, boy.
So great to see that this facility has hosted so many matches and has allowed for positive play, both from a bowling point of view and from a batting point of view. For the start of this match, of course, both pacers and spinners are very much on par with number of wickets taken by those 2 style of bowlers. A partnership alone today from Royal and Glenn just showed that the conditions were suitable for players expressing themselves, showing their skills. Brought the Scorpions back into the game. Now the focus will be on their bowling. Can they match the great work we saw at the bat? And the Hurricanes may have different plans too. "31 for 1. Look at where teams are at in terms of titles. Trinidad and Tobago at the top. Leeward's with 4. The Jamaica Scorpions with 8. And it's something that we must give credit for and plaudits to. Shivanan Ramutar, and that is the manager of this facility here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He'll be a pleased man with what he's seen and with the results produced with matches in this CG United Super 50 Cup. Coordinating with Christopher Wilkins, Sheikha Mano to make sure that we have pristine conditions. That's glorious. Off the back foot and belligerent.
Yeah, certainly. And that just confirms what a good job those guys have done. It shows you just how good the pitch is. Yeah, excellent by Kofi James. Just rocks onto the back foot and punches that one on the up. Not a man moved. 4 runs all along the ground.
Hurricanes keeping up with the required rate. They're going at just under 8 at the moment. They'll have to sustain such an effort. Remember, it's a team without 2 of their leading run scorers, Mario Graves, Mikel Louis. So Barbados, without their appointed captain Kyle Mayers, rise to the challenge of playing against the Red Force in semi-final 1. And more so their batting Shakira, Zachary McCaskey, and Nico Boucher. Both players set the tone to the innings for Barbados Pride, despite not having their senior batters in and around. Very much the same required here by the Hurricanes in this run chase. It's about thinking about the process, not really about the target at this point in time. Lofted nicely in that mid-on region, and it trickles into the boundary line. So a good over so far once more. 8 runs with 1 legal delivery remaining.
Oozing confidence, Kofi James. He's already struck 3 boundaries and 2 maximums. Yeah, going a lot fuller, but again, he's able to just hit through the line of that. Not exactly a half volley, but we've seen under the lights how the ball just slides on to the back. Yeah, high front elbow, and he lifts it back over the field at mid-on.
It's a very good batting surface. 39 for 1. Hurricanes without a title in the last 10 seasons. Of course, they were runners-up on 2 occasions. Need a big effort to find themselves with an opportunity in yet another final. Because at the moment, Shakira, Jamaica Scorpions very much in the driver's seat.
That one just going off there. Angle, chance for a catch, and it's easily taken. Once again, Chesney Hughes falls to a left arm spinner. 6th time this season.
Comatose by left arm spin, you can say. Chesney Hughes once more finds himself in a tangle, aiming to hit leg side. Just manages the outside edge to Kirk McKenzie in that backward point region. His woes continues, and he has to trudge off. Gone for 8, 39 for 2.
Get him! One corner!
Kareem McCord to the crease and gets off the mark immediately. And he's here because of this. Javier Royal using the angle bowling wide. Chesney Hughes expecting that one to turn into him, playing against the angle. Easy catch, spoon to McKenzie.
Go for James. Go for James.
Ian Morris very vocal behind the stumps. as you often see from wicket keepers.
Get him now, ready.
40 for 2 after 6. Both openers back in the pavilion. Already this batting lineup dented with bowling success from the Scorpions. Kerry Mago hasn't had the best of seasons. Hasn't etched a 50 yet. Gordon Bryan, another seamer brought on.
Just his second game this season. Gordon Bryan played that first game against Barbados Pride. Didn't get an opportunity again, but he's in today replacing OJ Shields. He played a handy hand with the bat in that partnership with Javel Glenn. That certainly would have given him some confidence before he got ball in hand.
Debuted in first class cricket in 2019. 16 wickets, a best of 4 for 64. So he's played across formats, Gordon Bryan. And it's the ideal time for you as a fast bowler to bowl with a new ball, to bowl first change, to find yourself in a fabulous state of mind for success. And you know your team has scored 352, and you already have the opposition at 41 for 2. Short and pulled away for 6. We've seen this before. This is the third 6 for Kofi James.
I probably felt he missed out the previous delivery. Kofi James, he did attempt this shot. Yeah, short again from another pacer from Scorpions. Different pacer, same result. Another maximum for Kofi James. He's striking at 150 now.
Not quite sure the line of the short deliveries is the right line. You want to take this maybe a little more outside off stump. Goes again, but no chance for the deep fielder in that square leg position. Kofi James making light work of short deliveries in this innings. 50 comes up for the Hurricanes.
You're not sure about the line. I'm not sure this is the right length to bowl at Kofi James. They're not fast enough to really threaten him. You can see again, it's just a wrong hit pipe. Yeah, he just gets under it and helps it over the boundary once again. Again, it's that swivel pull. Yeah, not the length at Kofi James. You want to pitch it up. He was dismissed LBW in that last game between these two sides.
I'm with you. More thought required in approach to Kofi James. Worked away onside. That's 4 more, so first over from Bryan turning out to be very expensive, and also he oversteps.
Yeah, quite a big no ball as well. He changes the length, but way too straight once more. You were talking about that line, fine leg in the circle. That's easy pickings for Kofi James. Races to 43.
There's a chance now to free his arms, to fully release all pressures around him. Kofi James, he's raced to 43 from just 24. What's Brown thinking? Goes round the wicket. Might just be thinking full and wide. There he goes, free hit. And there was a loud sound. Had elevation, but no distance.
Free hit not hurting the Scorpions too much, but 19 runs already from this over and 1 ball remaining.
Full shot, maybe height. Called into question. 19 from the over after 7:59 for 2.
An interesting start, thanks to the bat of Kofi James. He's raced to 45, and because of that, separated those two worms. Quite a lot of work to be done though in this innings. The last ball of that last over, probably height. The question here, hits that back leg. Yeah, just considering their umpire Banwari, it could be carrying over the stump.
Get him back. Well done, guys. Well done, man. Well done, man. Get him. Oh.
65 runs coming into this, Kofi James.
Get him back.
This 45 already represents his highest score in List Day cricket. Into his 25th match now. Hold him. The royal dance continues. Oh, the jig is up. They've got another.
Easy work here for Javed Royal. Just taking the inside edge here of Akeem Ago. The celebration is out. Just a jig. Calm, cool, and collective, that is. Javed Royal. Akeem Ago is gone. For just one. The score is 60 for 3.
Joel Andrew now makes his way to the crease. He's been talked a lot, or rather talked about a lot in recent times. Under 19 days, not far away from those, still very young of course, into his CPL days not too long ago. Oh, that was dangerously close there for Andrew. 8 gone, 60 for 3. Contrasting starts to the innings for the Hurricanes and the Scorpions. Hurricanes off to a flyer thanks to Kofi James. Scorpions much quieter in how things started for them, but we know what happened in the back end. Can Kofi James get himself to his first list day half century?
Both batters at the crease now, they are very much capable of scoring runs. Not here tonight, said Royal. Akimago is gone. Won't be scoring anymore. That's for sure. Not tonight. Royal with his jig as usual. Gotta love the Jamaican celebration though, Joel.
Just sliding down the leg side there. Definitely couldn't have gotten one. Would have been suicidal. But yeah, you talked about the dance moves with Jamaican Scorpions. That's something you always associate with Jamaica. I always questioned and wondered if just maybe if as babies they had dance classes because they're synchronized. They just make it look so easy in comparison. And I wouldn't say necessarily to the rest of the region because we dance as well, but yeah, they just do it too good.
Speak for yourself there, Joel.
Could this be his 50? Drops just inside it, looks like. Takes him to 49, Kofi James.
Really good innings. The scheme of things here for Kofi James and for Leewards. Really good shot. This pitch up coming into him. Just one shot in front of the boundary. Good shot, good connection. So far, you must say, have been really batting well. Looking to score fast.
He's one away now. $50 for Kofi James. His first in list day cricket. He's come good in a semi-final, but there's more work to be done.
You can see not much of a celebration, not even raising his bat. A lot of work to do, said Kofi James. Just 50, not done yet. Just a fist pump, just a small fist pump to his teammates to say yes, it's 50, but there's still a lot of work to do. You could see the focus, you could look deep in his eyes and see the sort of focus that you want to get them across the line. If you're looking for support, this youngster that's on screen here would be the right sort of support that you will need to get them to this total.
In behind it nicely. Yeah, Andrew definitely could prove to be the perfect pair to James in this situation. But I don't think many of us expected him to get off to this type of a start here. Kofi James, he's truly, I think, rattled the Scorpions bowlers at this stage. They've lost a couple wickets and they need to find themselves quickly piecing together a partnership. Onto that nicely. Blackwood can't get the body behind it, slides past it. A boundary to close. They've now got themselves to 69 for 3. Next one over. It was one. Set things alight. He had himself a good time out in the middle with bat in hand, John Campbell, especially that last over of the power play.
Catch him.
Gets that through. His runs continue to flow. Can tonight be a James night?
Really good shot. Eased off the back foot really nicely. James finding the gap as well, just in front of point. Blackwood, as fast as he is, he can stop that one. Really looked like his night. He's picking the gaps. He's hitting with some power as well. And what a night to do it.
Good early and decisive call by James, allows them to get through for the single. 5 runs from the over, 2 left in this one. Nearly took it on the rebound. That would have been a major wicket, a major blow in this chase. Hurricanes put down a few. That man, Kirk McKenzie, was put down 3 times in his innings, and maybe he's returning the favor now.
Just about to say Jamaica have to be very careful here. But I would let it sink in a lot more now. You really have to be careful because I'm seeing a relaxed Jamaica team. We really don't want that, but a dot to finish. Score is 74 for 3.
Now this has been Kofi James. He took the attack to the Scorpions, and like I said, I don't think many expected him to come out in this fashion. 4 sixes from short deliveries. He pulled them nicely, went down the ground beautifully as well. To complement those 4 sixes, he had 6 fours to boot. And because of that, he's got his highest score at the list day level. But he's got a massive job to do here for his franchise. 22nd innings he's had. He's got himself to what is his highest score. That signal coming now for the second power play. Came in just with 65 runs, Kofi James. Now he's got 55 here. We saw Javel Glenn come good a little while ago and get his first Let's Stay 100. Can Kofi James be right behind him?
Down the ground again goes Kofi James. Just a single though. Both batters at the crease definitely have a job on their hands. Still a long way to go, but we understand how it is here at Brian Lara, especially in the night. Pitch plays a bit better. The ball comes onto the batter a lot better. So Jamaica have to be very careful here. Don't really want to relax too much. They have to find a way to create opportunities to consistently pick up wickets. This man on screen here, just before that, Javel Glenn is the main reason. That's him right there. The main reason we're seeing those big toes in the back end for Jamaica. 353. Really good innings from him today. Enjoyed every bit of it.
Played away nicely by Andrew. This is double down. and what you said about Javel Glenn. Honestly filled with pride simply because of what you've been able to see in terms of the path that he's had to take to get himself back here, the work he's had to put in. Seeing him travel to go play in tournaments, to find some form of form, to find his way back here, and I know that he's not satisfied with just being here. The Kofi James show continues. He might be surprising us, but maybe he's finally coming good on the promises that many have said about him.
He's making it look easy now, Joel. Just straying into the pads a little bit there, Gordon. And that's what Kofi likes. He likes it there. It's like he has a sprained ankle, so he's asking to keep away from my legs. He's really getting into strides, and as I mentioned, Jamaica have to be very careful here.
It looks as if maybe a close one there in terms of contact with the cushion and the ground. What's that signal now from Banwari? He signals 4.
Exactly my thinking.
Let's get you in a pink shirt and out in the middle, Kesrick.
Pink shirt, you know. Good comeback from Gordon. Just one down the ground from Kofi. As you mentioned, he came into this game with 65 for the tournament. Now he's on 61. And in good time as well, striking at 160. This is really good. And this man on screen here, Joel Andrew, usually score at a good strike rate as well.
Uppish, but in the gap. Could produce the first boundary. No, it doesn't. Just wonder, we'll have to check on this one, because I do think that maybe in being in contact with the ball might have maybe found part of his body in contact with the rope. McCarthy did good work there, or rather good-ish work. Well, it's not what you want to be coaching, but you might have to call it effective in this scenario. Well, they do say get your body behind the ball, and his body was behind it. In the end, he does well.
I would say good work from McCarthy. Coach usually say get your body behind the ball. That's what he did. His knees is a part of his body, so got his knees behind it.
Sounded his back was on that before it struck pad. Into his 6 over now. Royal. He's operated quite nicely at the top of the innings for the Scorpions. Yeah, thick inside edge there confirmed.
Catch him, one. Working, boys. Keep working, boys.
They put down Andrew a couple balls ago. Does he offer them another chance? On the flip side, how much can he make them pay for that chance? I think about Kirk McKenzie. Oh, he was able to add 40 plus runs to when he was put down. In fact, he got put down on 3 occasions.
Catch him.
They will need a steady partnership here, Leewards. Only 6 times they have managed to score 60+ partnerships. So they need to work on another one here tonight.
Well, they'll be helped by this. A drop chance by Kirk McKenzie. I mentioned he was the one that got dropped on 3 occasions, so his tally now is 3 minus 1, 2. Well, gone, 85 for 3. At the moment, you would say on par, probably slightly ahead in terms of the comparison. The only thing, though, is how long can they get it done for? Because we have to head into these middle phases. We're into the power play whereby 4 fielders can be outside of the circle, so a bit more pressure could be applied by Jamaica Scorpions. How long can Andrew and James back through this game and set things up for them to get over the line? That target of 353 would be the highest that we've had this season and the highest at this venue as well. First 10 overs, this is how they went for the Hurricanes. Started with a run out, so it started horribly for them, but then came the Kofi James show, and they say that Raheem Cornwall has all confidence in him, and he's showing it here tonight. He's really come good in those first 10. Chesney Hughes had a boundary there, and then he fell again to another left arm spinner. Joel Andrews now at the crease, and that is the story of the power play. The first 10 of 50. And we're left now with 38 to go. Could be a very interesting 38 overs, given that we have a gem of a batting surface under lights here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Can Leeward find himself in another final? Catches the cry, but it will not be caught unless somebody is over the ropes. Andrews welcomes Pete Salmon.
Good song of the bat. Tell you what, this youngster pack a punch. And guess what? It's just right in the slot. Invitation accepted from Joel Andrew. Good connection, good power.
They're not going to die trying here, the Hurricanes. They are going after this score, and they're going after it in a hurry. 9 4s and 5 6s already in the innings. Pressure on Salmon.
Something that the Leewards have to remember is that the Jamaica team bowl out their opponents 4 times in this tournament, probably the most. Chalked this tournament in 2024. Also Barbados was already in the finals. So you have to be very mindful of that. Played a few first-class games for Jamaica. Pete Salmon. 9 games, 41 first-class wickets. Two fifers in that as well, Joel.
Got a different challenge here on his hands, and that challenge is Andrew and James.
Come on, fellas, come on now.
At the moment, both are looking good.
Get him now, Nazir. Keep working, boys.
Pete Salmon, his first game coming in for Odin Smith, who's not with us anymore.
Get him. One more.
McCarthy gets around this time. Does the work well also.
Working, boys. Get him.
Reverse sweep. Good connection from Andrew. 4 runs.
It also brings up the 100 for the Hurricanes. 13 gone, 100 for 3. Kofi James stands out there on that table. Came in at 3, came in very early to proceedings. And he's jump-started the attack. 63 he's gotten from 41 deliveries. And he's found a good partner in Joel Andrew. They've knocked off the first 100. The next block of 100 to come for them now. This partnership already 40 from 32 deliveries. In fact, both 50s have come in quick time for the Hurricanes. But they've gone back to their leading wicket taker, the man that has done the job for them, Marquino Minley. Can he break this onslaught?
Immediately on the front foot. Just pressing that one out to cover. If something have to happen here tonight, this man on screen have to make it happen. It's been the main man for Jamaica. Seems to be picking up wickets, you can see it there. 16 wickets. 3 fast bowlers there as well. Joel.
Well, he's been brought to get a wicket. But instead, Andrew thinks something different about it. Good looking shot from the young man.
Down the ground. As exciting as ever, Joel Andrew. Usually scores pretty fast. Really neat. Someone that scores pretty fast. Scoring at a strike rate of 138 now. If Kofi James ever need a partner to really go out there and work with and score fast, definitely will be Joel Andrew. Packed with a lot of confidence now. That he's in the senior team.
Protection there in Blackwood on the cover boundary, but it's nice to see the intent that they're both going at, because I always think about large totals and the fact that you want to find yourself in good positions anywhere between overs 40 to 46 or so. It's always going to be a challenge to keep up with the required scoring rate, currently going above it at the moment. So need to make early inroads into it.
And the good thing about it is that not a lot of risk doing it from both batters. So it look a little bit easier.
Highest successful chases here. The Brian Lara, rather sorry, in Super 50 entirely. Highest successful chase being 322. Probably thought he got that one a little better. Yeah, actually did. James able to pull this over back slightly. Marquino Minley after going for a 4 off the second delivery. 8 now from it and 1 ball to go.
Punched again. Out to sweep. Easy peasy by this. 1 to finish. The score is 109 for 3.
After 14 overs, for Hurricanes, 109 for 3.
Cassia is to that second from bottom, 292. That's what the Hurricanes achieved against the Red Force when they went on to win by 7 wickets.
Catch him, man. Just one.
That was a successful run chase, and it will give belief, a lot of belief, to this Hurricanes team in this chase. Yep, they got 292 for 3 right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy this season. Was a magnificent chase on the back of a century from Justin Graves. A bit of glove. More runs added to that 50 partnership between these two. So Stacey Ann King, you can't really rule the Hurricanes out. They're going at a good tempo in this chase. Run rate currently 7.8, above what's required. That's a glorious shot. Joel Andrew, with every innings that he plays, just gives you that confidence that he is a rising star.
And he's really taken a liking to Salmon's bowling. First ball faced, and from Salmon he hit for 6. So far they've already gotten 7 from the over.
Remember, he played in that Under-19 World Cup this year, 2024. He's just 17 years of age. Scored 100 in the very first game that the West Indies played. Was against South Africa. Has pedigree, Stacey Ann King. Youngest player to score a half-century in the Caribbean Premier League this year. Broke the record and took it from Nicholas Puran.
I remember seeing a few videos with him, a few short deliveries being bowled at him and holding his end, stamping his authority. You mentioned just 17 years of age, so has a very long and bright career ahead of him.
Get him, Brad!
Of course, he also had the chance to play for the West Indies against Sri Lanka in a one-day international. Didn't get a chance to bat, though. After 15 overs, 117 for 3.
Yeah, 2 youngsters in the middle with this partnership of 57. Andrew, 17 years of age, and James, 26. Really has been a revelation.
We need one now.
evidence of that yellow worm being superior. Again, showing that the run chase is on course. Mindley. This might be the first for Mindley, just away from the fielder. Gordon Bryan, the fielder, taking the dive out and couldn't quite hold on in the end.
It would have taken some catching as well. Didn't get the connection. Made quite a lot of height. I missed it completely. I don't think he got a hand hit. Yeah, another miss, and Andrew, he lives another life because he was dropped on 4 by Mackenzie. This went on to add 31 runs.
He just slowed down at the last minute. He was trying to judge the catch. Sneaker by. So as we've seen in the first innings, you just never know. With a batting side in good conditions, batters with good intent and motivation. What more motivation you require? It's a semi-final. You win, you go straight into the final. You have the chance of playing for a title and for prize money.
It really comes down to that belief and those shot selections as well, because we've seen Andrew play quite a number of reverse sweeps. He's also been very strong down the ground. They're very compact, very good technique. As Kofi James, on the other hand, well, he isn't mixing matters. Brought up his first List A half century. And he's looked to be in control of his innings so far. He hasn't really played an urge shot. He's used the pace. When they've dropped a short, he's done the swivel sweep. It's a few maximums. So really good on these two. 59 from 48, these two youngsters.
In the gap, struck powerfully, just wide of extra cover. He's playing with a maturity that belies his age. Joel Andrew.
Another authoritative drive through the off. This looks to be a slow ball, back of the arm from the bowler, but the execution. A confirmation of that slow delivery.
Very good players, they're able to pick the variations from bowlers. And that is exactly what Andrew did. Pick that slow ball. His timing supreme as well. Doesn't find the gap on that occasion. 6 coming from the over. 123 for 3.
But on the loss of the first wicket of Henry, it has been a really good innings or rebuilding phase for this pair. Current run rate 7.69, required run rate 6.79, so staying above.
Three wickets to fall. Of course, all 3 wickets falling in that first power play. Well into that second power play. Again, what's been impressive in this contest is the urgency with the batting. Saw that with the Scorpions, despite them being under pressure and having that slump of 6 wickets falling for just 12 runs. Here again, very good energy to the innings from the Hurricanes, despite losing 3 wickets. So maybe, just maybe, those bonus points and that system of encouragement and incentive working for the right reasons.
Catch him.
Remember, a few years ago, you would see teams struggling to get off in that first power play, struggling to find a good tempo and rhythm to the innings.
Catch him. None pain.
Now that's a thing of the past.
Barnes being introduced. He has 8 wickets in the tournament so far. Does seem to take pace off. Mixing it up quite a bit. So again, something for this pair to really have a look at, because they've been good. They've been scoring off deliveries previously.
Tug leg side. Blackwood gets around. He's so quick across the outfield. One thing I'd like to see, Stacey and King, is of course captains being more creative throughout the course of the innings, and more so in this power play too when it comes to their field placing. I'd like to see clear definitive plans to batters, captains using positive matchups of bowlers to go on the attack. I think that's an area that requires improvement. Maybe over time we will see those types of improvements.
And you saw that a bit with Jamaica, because you saw Royal on immediately once Hughes was out in the middle. He's been dismissed 6 times prior until left arm spin, and it worked once again.
So saw that from Rakeem Cornwall with his long on and long off, and use of the players. Appeal, loud appeal. He gets the support from the umpire, Ryan Banwari. And how about this for passion and celebration and emotions? A continuation of same from the Scorpions. That's a massive wicket. He's still going.
Yeah, the attempted reverse sweep from Andrew. He scored quite a lot of his runs off in those type of deliveries, but just a variation of pace. Yeah, Barnes celebrates. Andrew goes for 40 from 30, 126 for 4. The end of 17. And it's now time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Scorpions slowly tightening their grip in this semi-final too. Hurricanes at the moment 126 for 4. They've lost 4 wickets. First wicket was that of Kadeem Henry. He was searching for a single, started off without getting the support of his partner. He was run out by Blackwood. And then Chesney Hughes, his woes continue. Against left-arm spin, Royal, the bowler. Then more wickets. McGaw chopped on. Royal getting his second. And the last wicket to fall, that of Joel Andrew. Dismissed for another 40. And it ignited celebrations from Barnes. So look at what the Scorpions have used in terms of their bowlers. Mindley, wicketless thus far, although he leads that column for this franchise. Royals, as usual, effective with the new ball. He's bowled brilliantly with the ball curving into right-handers. Barnes playing his part with that first wicket too. That will rest on the shoulders of Kofi James and maybe Rakeem Cornwall to come. Jamar Hamilton, the new batter.
Hamilton, 205 runs in the tournament so far, a best of 96 not out. Seven innings, so an opportunity here.
He's going to play one way. Jamar Hamilton, ultra aggressive in his approach. Loves to see the scoreboard ticking over. You have to be thoroughly impressed with the way Kofi James has gone about approaching this run chase. Quite unfazed with the situation. He's played with fluency. He's striking at the moment just over 127. 4 sixes, 7 fours in his innings.
His timing has been exceptional. He knows where he wants to score. He knows his strengths. Previously, his high score was 34. He's on 69, so in a comfortable position to carry on. Foundation has been set.
Hurricanes, as a team, has done well, is of course kept that required rate hovering around 7. That is exactly where the run chase started, and they've maintained it. So in the modern game, by no means that's a difficult ask, but still 227 more runs required for a possible win.
Yeah, 13 fours and 5 sixes hit in the innings so far in this run chase, and a lot of it has been courtesy the bat of James. He did take quite a liking to the medium pacers, including Mindley, but Mindley has sort of come back really well. Just 1 from the over so far.
Yeah, that Rakeem Cornwall factor will be uppermost in the mind of John Campbell, the captain of the Scorpions. Single-handedly, Cornwall won that game against CCC with a half-century. Hurricanes, they were in early trouble. And then the captain stepped in with the bat. End of the over, 127 for 4.
Yeah, they've done well after losing the first 3. Nice partnership within that phase. They've now lost another. And a new partner for James. So can Hamilton build or rebuild with him in the middle?
It was exactly around this stage where the Scorpions started to lose wickets in clusters. You look at that Hurricanes bowling effort, just felt it followed what we've seen from them in terms of result. Win-loss, win-loss. They're the only team that hasn't secured consecutive wins. That's the only team in the top 4. Very similar to what we saw from their bowlers. They were trying to take control. They took control, then lost control. So the pendulum swung from team to team in that first half of the game. Maybe an indication that they've struggled, the Hurricanes, for consistency. This is what they achieved in the group stage. They won the first game against the West Indies Academy, then lost, then won against the Red Force, lost to the Harpy Eagles, won against the Volcanoes. So that seesaw continued with the ball. Not want that to happen with the bat. Good work in the outfield.
You might want to have another look at that, but saved 2 runs.
Wicket to wicket, Brad. Wicket to wicket.
See the fielder taking out the slide. Difficult to tell from that angle. This will tell us exactly what transpired. And off the ball before the foot makes contact with the advertising cushion. Just there. Ball away from hand. Closer than I thought. Slightly back, 1 frame will confirm. So no boundary. Great work.
Catch him!
Yeah, you talk about putting your body on the line.
Yeah, TV umpire Carl Tuckett making the decision. So 17 balls since the last boundary. A nice little quiet phase for the Scorpions. That's changed now. Massive 6. Slug swept leg side. James continues with his onslaught.
Yeah, he's hit most of his 6s on the leg side, James. And once he picks the length of any bowler, he dispatches it with authority. Very emotionless look. Really means business.
Catch him, Brady. Ball in, ball in.
10 from the over, 137 for 4.
Jamaica Scorpions scoring 352 for 9. And then reply Leeward Island Hurricanes 137 for 7. All eyes are on James.
We saw brilliance, a bit of genius too from Javel Glenn with his maiden century in List A cricket. Unbeaten 114 that got the Scorpions to 352. The highlight of that innings, you can see. Royal was exceptional too. And the platform was laid with the skipper Campbell, who also notched a half century. Cornwall with 4 wickets, Hayden Walsh 3. So spin very much leading the wicket-taking column. Remember, Scorpions, they were 138 for 7. Eventually got the highest List A score at this venue. 352 to be exact. Here's Brian. His economy 12. He'll want to better that.
He's been expensive, and that's because both James and Andrew took a liking into some of those deliveries that sort of sat up to be hit. Hamilton already got the single, so James is on strike. I just wonder what will he be thinking as the areas to bowl at James. The 4 feelers out in front of James.
One of the things as a captain you got to pay attention to is, of course, the technical side of batters and opposition batters to guide you in terms of strategic approach. When you look at Kofi James, you can see his open stance, bat coming from more gully than first slip, so his natural tendency will be to play the ball through the onside. That will be his strong area, so his bias will be hitting onside. You got to take him to that weaker area, offside. Nice quick single taken. So as a seamer, in the case of Gordon Bryan, may want to start that ball, maybe 4th stump, 5th stump, not get too close to Kofi James. Get him out of his comfort zone as a batter. That's where you'll start to build pressure against him. He's well set on 78. The first thing to focus on is, of course, curtail run scoring. Make it a little more difficult for him. That's too straight. That's easy for Kofi James.
I definitely think he has to look at his lengths as well. Previously, he's only played in or bowled in the 1 game, the 1 match. He's bowled 10 overs for 53 runs. But again, just the consistency of bowling, the good length and the good line for longer period. Wicketless so far as well.
Got into the glove of the wicketkeeper and dropped out. In Morris just getting his left hand down in time, but unable to hold on.
Also could have been 4 runs as well if the wicketkeeper didn't get a hand hit, because he does have fine leg in the ring.
Just to finish that point, that's where John Campbell comes in. His attention to detail must be spot on, and he must direct his bowlers a little bit more. 141 for 4.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff.
Quite some distance above the position that the Scorpions were at after 20 overs. They've maintained their momentum even though they've lost wickets, the Hurricanes.
After 20 overs, the Hurricanes 141.
Barnes to continue. Picked a very important wicket. Over a goal, the wicket of Joel Andrew. Will it carry? Yes, it does. And Kofi James falls. That man Barnes has bolted again and picked up another.
Good catch, Jasper.
Catch by Gordon Bryan. Big, tall, fast bowler getting down low and taking it cleanly, diving forward. Brad Barnes with the golden arm, it seems. Kofi James has to go for very well played. 79. Hurricanes 141 for 5.
That's the ball of the 5th Hurricanes wicket. Kofi James, over Brian, over Bradman, 79, 141 for 5. And coming back for the Hurricanes, skipper Raheem Cornwall.
Edge out of circle. Edge out of circle. Ain't got it nothing quick.
Last time he held his bat, he made 84 from 39 deliveries, Raheem Cornwall. That game at the Queen's Park Oval, and part of the reason why they're here today in this semi-final. They would take that 84 now plus some, especially if he can do it in 39 deliveries again.
Get him! One, Kirky.
Starts with 1.
One ball.
Brad Barnes has picked up important wickets. Got Andrew and now got James. Not getting under it enough, not getting the elevation required. He's hit a few sixes already, James, but this time he's picked out the safe hands. And yeah, Barnes is saying, I am the man.
Get him!
That should probably challenge the boundary. Yeah, hits those ropes now. Good use of the crease there by Hamilton.
I can play your middle and leg.
Yeah, a bit too short. He had enough time to just stay leg side of that one and slap it through the offside. I thought for a second Carlos Brown was in with a chance of saving it. Couldn't in the end. First boundary for Hamilton.
Gives himself room again. This one even better. Ooh, that was sweet.
Yeah, 150 coming up with this boundary. And this one was all Jamar Hamilton. The previous one was easy, but just look at how he uses the crease laterally to create the space. Not too much done wrong by Brad Barnes on this occasion, perhaps a bit too short. But all Jamar Hamilton with creating that room. Third 50 coming up in 47 deliveries, a lot slower than the previous 2, but they are going in the right direction.
Keep working, fellas. Come on. Don't get flat. Don't get flat. Come on.
Reinforces the offside field now.
None.
Works it for an easy single into the leg side. Barnes had a bit of problem contending there with Raheem Cornwall. 151 for 5. This is who entertained us a little earlier in the sunshine. Javelle Glenn brought up his first 100 at the list day level. Had a 50 before this. Got to his second 50 in his innings and then carried it on. It was a slow start for him, and he then went through the gears, into gear 1, into gear 2, into gear 3, and he liked it all. This is a moment that he will never ever forget. A picture to be framed somewhere in his house. Tears that he will savor. Will it be a match-winning knock for him? 114 not out from 96 deliveries. Find himself on that list of top individual scorers this season. What a day to do it. Cuts him in half. That was a sharp delivery from Brian.
Too close to cut. Did try to create the room on that occasion once more, Jamar Hamilton. Now he loves to cut the ball, slap it through the offside. third is in the circle, so he's looking to hit the ball between that fielder at backward point and short third.
How was that missed? They're asking. He's bowled 2 top deliveries here, Brian. This one, Yorker length.
And how often do we see bowlers pull out deliveries like this and not get a wicket? Then they're pumped the next delivery. Follow-up delivery is the important one. Can he do it again?
Won't be disappointed with that result.
That's it.
He's been relatively expensive. Brian, none for 41 from 4.3. Has a chance to pull his figures back though. But he's contending with a man, as I mentioned, who blazed 80 odd in 39 deliveries previously. He's known to pack a punch, this lad, Rakeem Cornwall.
And he struck 8 fours and 7 maximums in that innings. Rakeem Cornwall single-handedly won that game for his side.
Going searching, but Cornwall equal to the task. I reckon a very spicy competition is brewing at the moment. I wonder who comes out on the better end of it. We say thank you for your service, Brad Barnes. Also kind of you to tie the laces of Rakeem Cornwall. Bit of spirit still left in the game. A very good comeback over Shakira, and he's been able to do exactly what you've asked for. Follow up each delivery. Thus far, just 2 runs from the over.
Finish well, boy. Looking good.
He can't wipe away his first 4, but his 5th right now is a solid one up till now. Ends it on a good note. Just 1 to complete it. 3 runs from it. 154 for 5.
Well done. Well bowled, boy. Keep going, Brad. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
The time this innings began, Hurricanes have been ahead of the position that the Scorpions were at, and in fact this is that passage of play where things started to rapidly decline for the Scorpions as well.
How's that?
That's it.
Giving himself that room again, looking to take advantage of the fact that there's nobody on the boundary on the offside. Hamilton. This certainly will excite Barnes and know that he's still in the contest.
Catch him! Ooh.
Goes a bit straight, and you could probably expect that from Shakira in terms of not looking to give Hamilton any room to utilize on that offside, around that off stump area.
Keep going, Brad. Keep going. Make sure you drive properly.
Well, they're asking a question. I was actually making the point to Shakira that one ball ago, in fact 2 balls ago, it reminded me of a dismissal that he had. Oh, Rakim. Oh, you're living on the edge, my boy. You're living on the edge. Slide your bat next time, please.
Yeah, and thinking about Brad Barnes and the adjustments he's made this over in particular to Jamar Hamilton. Not only has he changed the line, he's also changed the length. The length is key. It's gone a lot fuller. Remember, he bowled one around middle and leg stump, and because of the length, Jamar Hamilton was able to still curve it away through the offside, slap it through that offside. It's gone a lot fuller. It means he'll take a remarkable shot to hit him from leg stump through that offside.
Moving the man now from short fine leg in front to short mid wicket. I think back to 2 games ago when I saw Rakim Cornwall play his first dink. Still finds that gap towards the long on area, and they're forcing him to get in here. So that's good cricket. Oh, no ball. Wonder if this is a front foot no ball here from Barnes. In fact, no, a fielding infringement, it appears to be. So free hit on offer here now for Hamilton.
Yeah, we are being told the fielder just didn't get into the circle in time. Just 4 fielders are allowed outside the circle.
Hamilton says, thank you very much. A Christmas gift wrapped in a bow. That's a big one.
He saw the disappointment on the face of Brad Barnes. You don't want fielding infringements. Yeah, short and wide. And this time he decides to flat bat it over the head of the bowler and into the boundary. We've seen so many maximums today. Another one. First for Hamilton though.
Barnes obviously not happy with his fielders on that occasion. I think the guilty party could have been Javon Royal not getting into the circle in time. Must be inside the circle at the point of delivery. What started as a quiet over has now produced 12 runs. 166 for 5. Quite a bit of life in that worm for the Leeward Hurricanes. There are 5 batters down. You see that cluster there? That was the stage at which the Scorpions faltered. That was the stage at which Rakim Cornwall and Hayden Walsh spun a web around them. Then came Javon Royal. Then came Javel Glenn. Who will do it here for the Hurricanes? Hamilton has got a start, and he knows what it is to be out there for his side in testing situations and getting them over the line. Rakim Cornwall knows what it's like to be in those types of situations as well. They've done it before. The big question is, can they do it again? Javel Glenn will be hoping that they don't do it, because it means that he would get man of the match more than likely tonight. I'm not the one that picks it, but I think maybe it could go to him.
Yeah, of course, unless Raheem Cornwall is the guy to do something special for the Hurricanes. He already took 4 wickets. He did say he's not foreign to situations like this. He did come in that last game with his team struggling. He managed to score it at 84. He will want to make an impact with the bat today.
The last 8 balls from Brian have been fantastic. Similar to a few deliveries here that we see from Raheem Cornwall. He started the slide, picked up 4 the first of them, Mackenzie, and then from there it was problems. The Scorpions, and you look at just how he comes in, you think maybe he's not putting much behind it, but yeah, it doesn't matter. He picks up wickets. Raheem Cornwall, as easy as that. Clipped into space. Good connection off the bat and his first boundary, Cornwall.
It looks so easy when Raheem Cornwall hits it. It's all about the timing here, timing and placement. He does well to keep his balance, not to fall over and flick it into that fielder's hand at short mid-wicket. Yeah, puts the cat to perfection. No chance for the fielder running around front long on. Ball has been racing to the boundary today.
Just missing the length on this occasion, Brian. Hit that Yorker length consistently in the previous over and at the start of this one as well, but yeah, just a bit too full there. A low full toss for Raheem Cornwall.
And Joel, I'm thinking about the number of boundaries we've seen today. 22 maximums in one day, 132 runs scored in maximums. Then many boundaries to go with that. My concern as a bowler is the amount of boundary deliveries these bowlers have delivered.
We're going to have to add 1 more to the boundary count. 4 + 2, that is 6 for Cornwall.
Yeah, make that 23 maximums today already. 8 in this Hurricanes innings. Yeah, Raheem Cornwall, just a flick off the pads. Just look at the way it soars beyond the boundary. Oh, this is a man in form.
Yeah, could we be in for something known as the rack attack tonight? He's destructive if and when he gets going. Oh, this could spell the end. This could be the end of the rack attack. It was bubbled, it was fumbled, but it was accepted in the end. Captain takes captain. And for a moment, you just wondered if he might have put that down, but no. Cornwall has got to head back. Checking that front foot. Oh, that is close as it can get, but I am saying it is touchdown. Good. Oh, Brian, what did you nearly do there? Oh, you flirted with danger, but in the end, danger was on your side. Confirmed as a fair delivery. We've already seen the catch. It went sky high, and at some stage it had to come down. John Campbell settled under it nicely. You thought, okay, he would accept it. He said, no, I need another chance. Right hand, where are you? Thank you very much. What a sigh of relief that must be. It could have been a night where Cornwall repeated that 83. Instead, no. 14 from 8. It's 177 for 6.
That's the ball of the 6th Hurricanes wicket. Skipper Raheem Cornwall, forward John Campbell, over Brian, 414. 177 for 6. The incoming batsman.
Keep working, keep working.
Aidan Walsh.
Juggling.
Hayden Walsh, the leg spinner, is at the crease, but he's come now as a batter. 177 for 6, still needing a further 176 runs. The Hurricanes, their run rate has never been the issue in this innings. It's simply been that wickets column. Trying that hand, Brian. He's picked up his first. Final ball of his over.
Finish well, finish well, finish well.
Off the mark with that one. Brings us to the end of 24. 178 for 6. A sigh of relief for John Campbell after hanging on to this guy, Raheem Cornwall, on the back of what was a 4 and then a 6. Yeah, instantly knew that he made a mistake in terms of the connection. And a mistake in terms of the connection as well for John Campbell. That right hand saved him in the end, and Brian picks up his first. It was expensive in his first 4. Came back well in his last 2. Yeah, Shakira will be proud of that effort from Brian.
Scorpions, there you see at 24 overs, 138 for 7. But this is around the time where the Jabal Glenn and Javier Royal show began. Hurricanes will need something similar, if not better, to get to that target. But yeah, so proud of the fact that Brian was able to hold his composure. Remember, he was struck for a 4 and then a 6 before that delivery. Did look like a change of pace, perhaps. Raheem Cornwall out Fox and into the shot way too early to the bottom of the bat, then taken by John Campbell.
The caster brings back to the partnership that you would have mentioned. The key features of it was there was an anchor, someone who soaked up that pressure. And there was someone, oh wow, if Barnes had taken that, I was running downstairs myself and shaking his hand. That would have been spectacular.
Yeah, I wonder if you're just saying that because he didn't actually take it. Yeah, but that would have been spectacular from Brad Barnes.
It was a good thing he didn't take it then, because there's a lot of walk to get from where we are out to the middle and then back up here to commentate again. Good effort though, Barnes. Good effort. As I was mentioning, you know, the fact that the key part of that partnership that they had, the Scorpions.
Catch him!
The roles and the understanding of the roles as well. Because Javel Glenn is a power hitter in his own right. I talked about the fact that he's played CPL a couple years as well. Yeah, uppish on that occasion, but not carrying to point.
Get him, Zhang Yuan!
So in my mind, Glenn at some stage wanted to go as well, so he had to restrain himself. And that's also probably what made the innings even better in my eyes. The fact that it was controlled by him, didn't allow himself to go back to what probably is his modus operandi in terms of just hitting everything to all parts of the park. So he played his role and acted as the foundational person in that partnership well. Javier Royal hit everybody and calculated as well in terms of how he hit them as well.
Hey, listen.
And then when Royal left, then we saw the Glenn show. Then we saw him go to gear 2. Then we saw him get closer to what we know he can do. Can somebody think about doing something similar here?
Get him!
Yeah, you're right. You used that word calculated. It was very well calculated. And he did show his ability to hit boundaries, struck 68 of the last 28 deliveries. But more impressively, he showed great maturity in that innings juggling, and that's the reason it meant so much to him. 180 for 6 at the halfway stage.
After 25 over, 180 for 6.
Big part of this period of play is can they extend that worm in similar fashion to the Scorpions without the loss of another wicket. Brian, I mentioned, was expensive in his first 4, struggled to find consistent lines and lengths. In his last 12 balls, he's come with a clear plan, Brian, and reaped the reward for it. His figures will not tell you the full story, and unfortunately that's why occasionally I say that stats lie. Because yes, they paint a true picture, but they also lie occasionally. Probably somebody wondering, but how can it be a true picture but also be a lie? And it's just simply because he's been able to pull his figures back. He's been able to find a good consistent line, a good consistent length. Just on around that off stump, and occasionally goes for that full Yorker. Missed it to Raheem Cornwall on 2 occasions, 4 and 6, but then picked up the wicket. So I can say within the last 12, you've seen a different Brian to his first 24 balls. His one moment of joy is this man on screen here, Raheem Cornwall. You could say he earned that wicket as well, because I talk about what he was able to bowl previous to this, minus that 4 and 6 obviously, but in the end you would say he's earned this by the manner in which he was bowling. And for a moment he thought, I will not get what I deserve. That occasionally is life, but he ended up with it, Brian. This is what I'm talking about here, Shakira. This is why I say he's earned that wicket, Brian, and this is why I'm saying his figures at the moment will tell you that maybe he's been expensive, but they won't tell you about his last 15 deliveries.
Yeah, look, they do tell you that he was expensive for a few overs. His first over cost him 19 runs. Ran into Kofi James, who came out full of intent. Didn't find the right line from that southern end. Since he's come to this northern end, and as we're about to say that, he struck for a boundary 2 straight again, this time to the left-handed Walsh. Walsh gets his first boundary.
This is where I say you're only human. Yeah, you're only human, and I mentioned the fact that he's come back well. He's been hitting good areas, but just string here onto the pads of Walsh and help down the leg side. Of course, that man in the circle at fine leg. So any bat on that, any air on that would have taken it to the boundary. But still looking at the over, he's bowled 4 balls, just gone for the 5. Can he come and close it out here? He's got 2 deliveries left to come good on the praises that I'm heaping onto him. And that is fine.
That boundary before just takes me back to those boundary deliveries I was talking about. Too many boundary deliveries today on surfaces so good. You have to be better at your execution. Yeah, lucky for Royal, he did have that boot behind his hands, second line of defense that occasion. Some 48 boundaries and 23 maximums. Way too much, in my opinion.
perfect. And this is what I'm talking about for the comeback of Brad Barnes. Or rather, Brian, sorry. 26 gone, 186 for 6.
With the 166 required in this chase, will be a difficult ask. Of course, we last saw the dismissal of Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, gone for 14 from 8. Left up to these two, and more so, Jamar Milton. It's a vicious swing from the right-hander. Gets himself 6, and that will add to this run chase. Evening, Kesrick Williams.
Good afternoon to you, DG. It's the second time I'm sitting in this chair and I'm welcome with a lovely 6. You all know what happened earlier. I hope the commentator curse don't fly in, but it was a good shot from Hamilton. It was short. He made a short lad as well. Don't need to get under it. He's under it already.
Yeah, we saw a change in strategic approach from Barnes. He was outside the off stump. Jamar Milton was scoring primarily through the offside, and he came straight and basically allowed Jamar Milton to score in the areas that he wanted with a packed leg side field.
Catch him!
Single taken. Go for a second, and it's a risky second, so an eventful delivery. Opportunities all around for runs, for a wicket.
Catch him!
A lot of excitement in that delivery, DG. Still in another. Hamilton. There's a bit of indecision as well. Hayden Wald's running for all his life there. And looking towards the commentary booth while he's running. We didn't have the ball, Hayden.
The onside. A little bit surprised that Jamar Milton hasn't used his feet. To Brad Barnes, of course, him as a right-hander having more of a favourable matchup to the right arm off spin. It's low risk for him to chip into the line of the ball, and maybe if it's there in that hitting zone, has a chance of going big. He's been contented to just use the crease laterally, find the gap offside, and then work the ball through the onside, and maybe cash in on anything short.
Keep working, boys.
Striking at 123 at the moment, Jamar Milton.
Speaking of cashing in, someone like a Hayden Walsh usually scores fast, likes to feel bat on ball. He's one of those guys that will use the crease. Plays his reverse sweep, his conventional sweep, and use his feet as well. We saw how he played last year, and he came in this year with the same intent, the intent to perform.
Ball him.
Slowing up of the pace on that occasion from Barnes, producing a dot delivery, 196 for 6. Run rate over 7 for the Hurricanes. Required rate dipping under 7, so you can say the intent ever present in this run chase. We keep our eyes on John Campbell and the way he rotates his bowlers.
Just one.
Second spell for Jamal Royal. Bowled 6 in that first spell when he opened alongside Mindley.
Speaking about using his feet, you mentioned that Walsh is one of those players. Use his feet, use a crease. Conventional sweep, reverse sweep. So he's a really good player for Leewards. I've seen him play some really good innings last year for them. He was really up there in terms of all-round performance. Yannick Carrier. Full, not the delivery you want to bowl to Hamilton at this point in time. Brings up the 200. Really good shot. Really nothing delivery from Royal.
Don't often see this from Royal. It's a full toss down the leg side, so hit me where you like type of delivery. Just asking a question as to whether that was above the waist height. Just 41 deliveries used for that 450 as the Hurricanes, they go past the 200 marker. We often mention the due factor here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Umpires, their push to changing the ball, that's exactly what's unfolding at the moment. They've assessed the condition of the balls. And we will see a change. They've been loyal fans for a particular side. Can't say which team they support.
They showed, did you? But it seems like they've been sponsored by Polo Ralph Lauren.
Your brands, Kesrick Williams. This was supposed to fall. Run out. That is Henry. Then it was Hughes. Again dismissed by a left-arm spinner, Kareem McGraw. Chopped on. Andrew, after looking so good for his 40, played the reverse sweep to the wrong delivery, didn't make contact. Just when Kofi James was looking like he was going to get 3 figures, he departed. And soon after, the skipper, Cornwall. The other thing to take notice of with John Campbell and his use of his bowlers is the fact that once more he's focused on the usage of only 5 bowlers. Only once in this tournament he's used 6. So he's, generally speaking, trusted his 5 frontline bowlers more often than not. And he's gotten good rewards, Kesrick, because on 4 occasions he's bowled the opposition out in this competition. So he doesn't have to search elsewhere for wickets and for his team doing the job with the ball to a 4 for 6. Always mentioned that sometimes as a captain, when you're spoiled for choices, it could get you in a tangle. You might feel obligated to giving a bowler an opportunity, as against selecting the right bowler for the situation.
You're right there, DJ. The only bowler missed there is really Odean Smith. You're right there, DJ. Only bowler missing there is Odean Smith. Who is now in Abu Dhabi. T10. So good work from the bowlers here from Jamaica. A lot of improvement from last year's tournament.
Straight and struck well. Flies all the way for 6. Good use of the feed from Hayden Walsh Jr.
Really good shot, good connection. Straight onto the City United billboard. And we mentioned that he uses his feet well, and he's showing that class. You could see the focus in his eyes, saying Walsh.
I want to stay with that conversation of Campbell's use of just 5 bowlers. It's a double-edged sword, Kesrick. As he's gained success with 5 bowlers, generally speaking, at times in a list day game, you might need a 6th bowler. 1 or 2 of your bowlers might be off on a particular day or night, and you need to have someone to fill that gap. For him, he hasn't had to do that often in this tournament, but you want that buffer as a captain, especially in a semi-final match like this. I guess for the Scorpions, he's in a situation where he has the luxury of added runs. That score of 352 gives his team a buffer for any sort of errors. So Gordon Bryan, inexpensive in his first spell, so he could afford to bring him back.
I think it also speaks volume for his bowlers. And when you look at things from a captain perspective, because if you don't have to really look to a 6th bowler, you have to be wise enough to know when to bring back one, when to rest one, change these 5 bowlers and do it wisely.
Directly, you're putting responsibility onto your bowlers to complete the job time and time again. 9 from the over to 13 for 6. That yellow worm still ahead of the green. Can the Hurricanes sustain for further 21 overs? Definitely not impossible, so this could come down to being very close. We've seen some very unusual things in this match, Kesrick, when you felt that the Scorpions would be bowled out after they won 38 for 7. They scored the highest score in List A cricket at this venue. So a lot of extremes we've witnessed thus far. So Rakeem Cornwall with a triple wicket maiden, and then he conceded, I think it was 17 or 18 in the over thereafter.
I think that was the over that gave them the momentum. Skipper on screen there, Rakeem Cornwall. I think that over was a little bit too floaty after the second 6 from this man on screen here, Javid Royal. Good shot. Really good shot from Hamilton. Someone that likes to cut the ball. Really well placed behind point there, DG.
That's a strong scoring area for Jamal Hamilton. Again, I did speak about him standing beside the ball, opening up to hit through that offside. Went hard at it.
Definitely have a game on our hands here, DG.
Second 50 for Jamal Hamilton. Second 50 of the innings as well for the Hurricanes. Coming at an ideal time, and he's set himself maybe for greater things. Subdued the celebration because he knows they require further 134 in this run chase.
Looking at this game now, DG, from the first innings on to now, twists and turns, we must say. I think we're seeing a lot of mood swings, I should put it that way.
Buckle up, Kesrick. You just never know where this game will end.
I want a good game. I want a good, exciting game. And I think we have it on our hands here. Saw it swing into Leeward's half. Back into Jamaica, back into Leeward's. It's equal presently. I just think I would like to see a bit more energy from Jamaica in the field with the ball in hand. At this present moment, it looks like they're going through the motion, being too relaxed, that they have enough runs on the ball, but it's never enough unless you win the game. It's never over until the fat lady sings.
Oh yes, right.
30 overs gone, 220 for 6. There's a stat for you. Most runs added after the fall of the 7th wicket. Of course, that team in Pakistan, WAPTA, Water and Power Development Authority, leading the list of teams.
Guessing in Trinidad, that would be Wassa team, DG.
With local knowledge, Kesrick.
I know a fair bit about Trinidad. I've been here a while. Still want to find out who played for that team though, DG. Need to do some research.
It's a rare phenomenon, I tell you that. You don't often see this type of List A game where the pendulum has swung.
Catch him, Janky.
Very often from one team to the other in terms of balance of power. Yeah, this match, featuring on that list, Jamaica. Most runs added after the fall of the 7th wicket, 214. Archie White's Kent on that list, Scotland as well, against India A.
So Legion have a little bit of knowledge for you, a little bit of history as well. Very famous player played for Water and Power Development Authority in Samam Unlock.
Squeezes this one past point, it will skip away. Couple of runs added. The partnership approaching 50, 47 at the moment. Balls which are runnable 22. So the Hurricanes showing great character and fight in this chase.
Catch him!
Just past the fielder and will trickle into the boundary line. So 50 partnership now for these two. A fine stroke by Hamilton, once more through that offside. Good opening of the blade to find the gap.
Just in front of point. Just passing the man there in position. Carlos Brown. Just sheer timing from Hamilton. This partnership is growing nicely. Jamaica have to take a close look into this partnership because it's getting really serious here, DG. Threatening.
No.
Speaking of partnerships, these guys are building nicely, but dot to finish, 229 for 6. As we take a Blue Waters drinks break, DG.
Coming to the end of this Blue Waters drinks break. We'll take your minds to the West Indies men's international team. Of course, the West Indies definitely home for Christmas with their Bangladesh tour of the West Indies. Of course, that first test match to be played in Antigua starting tomorrow. Second test match scheduled for Jamaica starting on the 30th of November, to be followed by 3 one-day internationals. Those will be played in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Then, to close the tour, 3 T20 internationals in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, home of Kesrick Williams. Back here at the Brown Cricket Academy, we saw a second List A half century from Jamar Hamilton. Second this season, second of the innings. He struck at a good tilt, 130 his strike rate. 5 fours, 2 sixes, and he's giving hope to his side. So we just never know where this game will end. It's been that type of List A match. Of course, semi-final 2 between the Scorpions and the Hurricanes. And they're playing for the prestige of being in a Super 50 final. Winner here will meet Barbados Pride. And they will go head-to-head for the title on Saturday. Will it be last year's losing finalists, the Hurricanes, or will it be the Jamaica Scorpions turning their form around? This is where the Hurricanes are currently at, ahead in terms of the rate, but still a long way to go in this run chase. Chance for these two to take a break, reflect and plan ahead. This partnership 52, few words would have been shared from the brains trust of the Hurricanes. Batting most definitely quite easy because of the dew factor, the ball sliding on nicely. You get good value for your strokes here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Kesrick, I guess for John Campbell, it will be about utilizing the remaining overs from these 5 bowlers. The combination of that usage.
This is where it gets really tricky as a skipper, how to use your bowlers. Coming down to the business point now. Just struck down the gong firmly, just one. Marking the middle is back, the main man for Jamaica. The wicket yet. 2 wickets for Williams, 2 wickets for Barnes. Both spinners.
Any advice for Mindley? He's gone wicketless thus far. His economy just over a run a ball. What would your advice be to him if you're standing in that mid-off or mid-on position?
Well, the first thing for Minley himself, he must have some level of confidence, saying that he's the main bowler for Jamaica, but probably being in his pocket or on the right side of his shoulder. I would say you need to maintain that line, attack the stumps. You have some good off-pace deliveries as well. You need to use them, set the field and bowl to your field. Can't really waste any deliveries presently.
Very difficult, I must say, when you're starring with the ball in terms of wickets like Mindley, like Cornwall, to continue to penetrate opposition batters and opposition batting teams, because they're planning always against you, trying to diffuse your threat as a bowler, trying to counter your strengths. So in the modern game, you've got to keep reinventing yourself, coming up with different approaches to continue your success as a bowler.
Speaking of bowling, I'm pretty surprised that I haven't seen someone like a And Javel Glenn, who's known for his leg spin. Haven't seen him throughout the tournament because John Campbell decided to stick with his 5 bowlers. But he's one of those bowlers that I think can hold an end for you with his leg spin. Many haven't picked up a wicket yet, but at this moment he cannot be flustered. Needs to maintain that line and length just outside the line of off stump or bowling on the stump. Can't stray too straight, because that would be easy for someone like Walsh.
Just short of the feeling that long on position for the left-handed Walsh Jr.
Exactly what I'm talking about. He can't get too straight because it's really kind of an easy peasy shot for someone like a Walsh. He likes it on his legs. So you need to attack his stump or stay just on top of off stump.
Inside edge, falling short of the wicket keeper. End of the 32nd, 232 for 6.
Leeward Islands looking really good now. I was looking at the bowling the last over, and I'm looking at the 5 bowlers being used here, mainly Royal, Bryan, Salmon and Barnes. I was saying to myself, at some point Salmon have to come back. Just 2 overs, 23 runs, which is expensive. I was saying, what time would they bring back someone like a Salmon? He's with ball now in hand. That ball in hand of someone next to me. Whenever I introduce him, he smiles. Good night to you, Joel Manning.
Good night, Keswick. Yeah, seeing the introduction once again of Pete Salmon here. And yeah, it was a bit expensive, his early exchanges. Can he take something from the book of Bryan and drag things back here?
Catch him!
At this point in time now, for John Campbell, I think what Salmon do with the ball going forward here would really be a decider who would come out victorious in this game. So his spell is very important.
Are you thinking more so from a wickets perspective or an economy rate perspective is the question I would ask for that one, Kez?
Both, Joel. Definitely both.
Oh, yes.
When you look at things, only 5 bowlers used. Normally you will find Minley taking up wickets. You have no wickets tonight. Just Barnes and Royal with 2. So somebody have to pick up some wickets somewhere along the line.
Gets past the effort. Probably will find its way into those ropes.
Good play of spin here is Hayden Walsh. As I mentioned, you have those reverse sweep, those dinks, and the conventional sweep. Uses his feet well, but really well played. Good eyes, even though he's not wearing his glasses there, Joel. Just trickling to the boundary.
Glasses needed when you're seeing it like this. Run a ball 30 for him. A very important innings as well. The one left in the over. This comeback spell for Salmon, you do expect. And he will bowl quite a few on the trot. Dot ball to close. 238 for 6. Things a lot closer to even Stevens here after 33 overs. This is the acceleration of the Scorpions, and I don't want to say the decline of the Hurricanes because it's not that. They just operated at quite a steady pace in terms of the run rate throughout this innings. I'll say goodnight once again to Stacey Ann. Got one or maybe two questions for you in this stint, Stacey. Don't worry, not Cape or CXC questions, very easy ones. My first question is, if this game is to go the distance, down to 50 overs, can Jamaica restrict the Hurricanes? If it goes the full length, can they?
Well, they'll definitely need wickets, and those haven't been coming at a rapid pace. Runs required 114, balls 101. I think with this partnership of 62 from 56 between this pair, if they're able to just get into double figures, it becomes a much easier chase for them.
It's one bounce to the fielder.
Yeah, we haven't seen any wickets just yet from their main wicket taker Minley. And some of the others have been expensive. You just also wonder, the point was made that it's only 5 bowlers been used by Jamaica throughout the tournament. Just one time they've used 6. I also saw Mackenzie, who was bowled and picked up 2 wickets. So you just wonder if possibly John Campbell might be thinking Salmon has been a bit expensive. Maybe you can give him just a few overs to see if things can change around. Put the pressure on.
This is what they needed. This is what they searched for. And they've got it from their leading wicket taker. The man, Double M Minley, has finally gotten the big breakthrough.
Well, you can't keep him out of the game, Minley. He's the strike bowler. He's been the strike bowler for Jamaican Scorpions. And he's now gotten the big wicket. He's now broken that partnership of 63, which seemed to have been getting into what could have been a possible win for Leeward Island Hurricanes. Hamilton goes for a well-played 58. It's 240 for 7.
So interesting, Stacey, that my next question for you would have been, how can they pick up wickets? You've answered that question. It's a hard night to be a Bale, I tell you that. 1 down, 2 down now. We might run out of Bales before we finish this match. Tonight is not the night to be a Bale. Tonight, though, might be the night to be a Scorpion if they can pick up 3 more. Or can it be Louis and Walsh to get them even closer, if not over the line? Need another partnership, and Jeremiah Louis now is at the crease. A best of 34, they'll take that plus just a few because they need 113 runs. This is what I mentioned in terms of they've always kept up with the run rate. The wickets have just been falling too quickly for them. Because of that, just wonder if they might find themselves short at the end. Minley, he's done the damage. He's picked up the wicket. Maybe this just adds a bit more energy to the Scorpions.
Yeah, much straighter line from Minley this time around. Just using the turf, using the pitch. Gets the better of Hamilton. You might see a few more deliveries lined at the stumps. Force the batter to play at those deliveries. They'll have to change things up just a little bit because it's the left-handed Hayden Walsh Jr. on strike.
He is up to the task. He does it again. This is why they celebrate him. This is why he is top of their wickets chart. When they need a man, they call Minley.
1 wicket has now brought 2 in this over for Minley. He's pumped. Now this has been excellent bowling from him, attacking the stumps. Much straighter line bowling into the left-hander. Did seem to have come off the toes or the bat of Hayden Walsh Jr. and onto the stumps. Unlucky for him, but Minley, he's doing exactly what his skipper and his country needs. Is now dismissed. And the 2 well-placed batters. Walsh Jr. goes for 31. It's 241 for 8.
They look set, you know, things looking bleak. Durham, the new batter, to the crease. He lets that one slide. I was going to ask you, Stacey, how did they pick up wickets? They go to Marquino Minley, 241 for 8.
Yeah, absolutely no complaints. He's picked up 2 wickets in that over for just 3 runs. They're all smiles. No loss. Those 2 wickets for 28 runs in the last 30 balls.
Two new batters at the crease for the Hurricanes. Just always knew it was going to be a tough task and needed wickets in the back end to be able to get it done. They lost another one here, thanks to Marquino Minley and thanks to the big toe. of Hayden Walsh. So he's got to say thank you to that foot as well, Marquino. But this is a celebration for them. This is one step closer to being in the final. 2 years ago, they won it. 1 year ago, they were nowhere near the conversation. And here they are on the doorstep. They say a rags to riches story, but no, they started with riches because they were at the top and they lost it all. They gave away all their money, Stacey. They went to rags and
Get him!
they've changed clothes again, and I don't want to call it because the match is not over, but they could be on the doorstep of riches again. I think back to that interview with Blackwood and what Blackwood said about this team and how hungry they are for it and how much the youngsters in the side want to do something for this franchise, and the fact that he would give his life for this very franchise. What a moment it would be for them. What a moment it would be to look back on the stories that they've been able to piece together. No centuries last season, no 2 this year. No wins last season, no many here.
Catch him!
They might have something to sing about tonight because these boys sing a lot, Stacey.
I reckon they dance a lot as well. So Royal with a few of his moves. Yeah, but they've really done well. Lost the first match, as mentioned previously by a number of our fellow commentators, into Barbados, and here they are. They've won 4 in a row. Jamaica Scorpions to get themselves in this position.
Ball!
245 for 8.
Comparisons. Leeward and Hurricanes, they are above, but those wickets will be the concern area for them.
And looking at things still ahead, the Hurricanes in terms of runs, and this is where I double down and emphasize how special the anchor role that Javel Gen played because of how deep he was able to take the innings. Edged and taken. Number 3. 1, 2, 3. Thrice as nice for Minley. And they're 1 wicket, 1 step away from the final.
And again, the celebrations, again, just look at what it means to this Jamaican team. And to have their strike bowler throughout the tournament come to the party. He's been wicketless in the first phase, but he's come and picked up 3 important wickets. It's an excellent catch as well. And Durham goes for 2. It's 2, 4, 5 for 9.
If you're looking for Minley, you can find him in this spell. 3 quick wickets. He's just turned this game more in favor of his side. And they're on the cusp of a victory here, the Scorpions. 3 wickets off his last 5 deliveries. Such an X-factor player in this Scorpion side, and he goes again.
Excellent spell from him. He's picked up those 3 wickets as mentioned, and this was the last of them. Looking at the left-handed batter and just edging it, but an excellent grab behind the stumps.
Yeah, 2 lefties from round the wicket. Then he had Jamal Hamilton. He was bold. Again, the investment in just 5 bowlers paying dividends for John Campbell. He's well aware of his bowlers. And that's the victory. A 4-4 for Mindley. The Scorpions with the venom to get rid of the Hurricanes. They pitch forward themselves into another final and with a chance to secure a 9th title in Super 50. A comprehensive victory. After they slid a bit with the bat, they've roared back and showed great resolve as a team. What a win from the Scorpions by 107 runs tonight.
And throughout the tournament, their bowling has done much better than their batting. They've picked up bonus points throughout over the tournament. In the bowling area, they've picked up 16, whilst in the batting, they've picked up 7. This just shows why they've been so successful in this year's tournament. Mindley strikes, he picks up 4 for 46, just a bit expensive, but nonetheless, wickets and a victory.
5th consecutive win in a row for the Jamaica Scorpions. Lost the first match of the tournament and has remained undefeated. Of course, a couple of abandoned matches along the way. But it's a team that has shown that they can bounce back from a disappointing season. Of course, they finished last in 2023, and now they find themselves in a final. 2 seasons ago, they lifted the title. Maybe they can do a repeat. This is what the Hurricanes produced with the bat. You got to give them credit because they stuck themselves in this chase. They kept up with the required rate, but they lost wickets along the way. Just 2 half centuries in that batting lineup. No one going on to 3 figures, and they just couldn't find the strength to get the target tonight.
Wickets wise, Mindley stands out with 4 for 46 on 8.4 overs. Royal was pretty good as well with 2 for 37 from his 8, and Brian picked up 1. Barnes on the other hand with his spin and picked up 2 for 8. 35.4 overs.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Mindley. 4 wickets off his last 8 balls. He finished with 4 for 46. 2 wickets to Royal, 2 to Barnes, and they shut the Hurricanes out to 245 in this second semi-final. Jamaica going on to win by 107 runs, and they qualify for the final. This was the winning moment, and the celebration started. What a win. High value entertainment in semi-final 2 of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. It's the Hurricanes that failed to go through to that final. The Scorpions proving to be the better team on the night. The game swayed in different directions. And in the end, Jamaica going on to win by 107 runs. Of course, the CG United moment of the match most definitely coming when Javel Glenn got to that landmark of 3 figures, his maiden list day century, and the emotions that came with it. So special to watch. Proud moment for him, his teammates, and the Scorpions. And you'll remember it for a long time. So as we continue this broadcast, we'll move straight over to Joel Manning, who's got the presentation for us.
Welcome everyone to the end of match presentation for semi-final number 2 in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who've made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron and Visit Trinidad. And now it's time to present you with the player of the match. For his knock of 73 from 42 and 2 for 37 tonight, the player of the match is Javor Royal. Tonight his check is presented by Darryl Walwyn, Application Support Specialist, CG United. Javor, first of all, talk to me about that knock from you. What were the intentions? Obviously you went to the crease at a very difficult time. Talk to me what's going through your head and your performance tonight.
First, I want to thank God. I mean, the team was under a bit of pressure. Right? I just go out and be myself. We lost 6 wickets for 20-something runs, so I just go out and try counter-attack, and it paid off.
Where does this knock tonight rank for you in terms of innings that you've played across your lifetime?
This is the best one. This is the best one. It's a winning knock, and the team going to the final, so I think this is the best one.
You had a very good partnership as well with Javel Glenn. Just talk to me, about what you guys were talking about while at the crease out there.
Really and truly, I think Javel Glenn played a massive innings. He taught me through the innings. He cooled me down whenever to cool down, when to take the strike. I think he played well. I think hats off to him. I think he played a massive innings.
And then finally, now talking about those 2 wickets that you picked up there. Obviously, you've been used at the top very often for Jamaica, and today again you picked up one at the top. Talk to me about your wickets today.
Why? I like bowling in the power play. I think that's my strength, and I enjoy doing it. Why? Players come hard in the power play, and it gives me opportunity to take wickets. So I think I enjoy bowling in the power. I love it.
I actually have one more question for you. How do you feel about being in the final?
Really excited. I would like this one. It will be my second one, so it will be very good.
Well, Javor, it's been a pleasure watching your performances tonight. All the best in that final on Saturday.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's time now to have a chat with Rakeem Cornwall of the Leeward Island Hurricanes. Rakeem, obviously it's a hard conversation to have here now. When you look at 352 runs on the board, what were your thoughts at that stage?
No, basically we had the game in the bag and then we lose it in the field. After having a team 137 for 7, then we let them go. It's always hard to play catch up in the back end.
Yeah, and when you think about the fact you had to play catch up, let's take you now to the bat. At almost every stage of the innings, you guys were ahead
on runs, but behind on wickets. Do you think that maybe you could have still been able to get over the line?
Yeah, we lose wickets at crucial times in the game. Every time we look like we have a good partnership, we lose wicket, and then in the end we lose wicket in clusters. And the 2 set batters going 1 over, so we always been in the 8 ball. Once that happens, it's hard to get 7 consistently right through the whole game. And as I said, we lose the game in the field. We drop 7 catches, and we only can't blame ourselves for that.
Yeah, when you look at it, you've had a good time with the ball. You've had some innings with the bat. Last time we'll have a chat with you, Rakeem. How do you sum up the tournament overall for you as skipper and a player for the Hurricanes?
I think I have an okay tournament, but basically it's for me just to get the team over the line. Basically, I'm a team man, and I just want the team to do well, and we didn't really go one step further this year, and we get knocked out, so we have to go back now and start to prepare for the 4-day championship.
Well, Rakeem, it's been a pleasure watching your guys in this tournament, and yeah, have a safe flight home.
Thank you.
It's time now to talk to the winning captain. He's here with us for one more. It is John Campbell. John, the emotions of being in a final on the back of knowing that you guys didn't win a game last season. Talk me through it.
I mean, all the boys, including myself, were elated. I think we've been playing really good cricket, and hence the result that we've been having.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about one person in particular, Javel Glenn. What was it like to watch that young man bat out there today?
Not only Javel Glenn, but Royal. Both of their innings were very special. I haven't witnessed anything like this before, so I mean, hats off to both of them. They played really well. We lost a bunch of wickets there after having a good start, but they came and did a really good job.
I mean, you lost those wickets in clusters after you guys were set, especially yourself at the top there along with Kurt McKenzie. Do you think that maybe it might have been all over for you guys?
Not necessarily. The boys have been batting really well, and they're a confident bunch, man. We're a confident bunch, so we know that we bat very deep as well, and tonight we showed that.
Yeah, take me now to the bowling performance. You were kind of placed under the pump, especially at the top by Kofi James. Overall, how do you sum up the bowling efforts from your boys?
It was a pretty good effort. I mean, we all know that it's easier to bat here in the night with the dew factor and whatnot. Ball sliding on a little bit easier on the bat, so they had no choice but to come out and come hard. Hats off to our bowlers again for sticking through when they came out and basically jumped us, but we stuck to the task and kept it very simple.
Final question for you. I know that your boys enjoy singing. Is there a particular song you boys will be singing going home with the bus tonight?
No, we'll be singing a lot of songs.
John, congrats, and see you here on Saturday.
All right, thank you.
End of the road for the Hurricanes, the Jamaica Scorpions. They journey on into the final. And this is what the final will look like. Barbados Pride already in there from a victory in that first semi-final. And tonight, the Scorpions, they confirmed their spot. So we hope that you'll be able to join us for that all-important final, which will be on Saturday. We hope you join us for a broadcast, which will start at 12:45 p.m. And it's that time of the night to say goodnight. Thank you so much for your company, and we look forward to seeing you in the all-important final. Highlights of the second semi-final between the Scorpions and the Hurricanes. The Scorpions sent in to bat. They lost an early wicket in that of Carlos Brown, but then a partnership ensued. One between the captain Campbell and McKenzie. It produced 114 to lay a good platform in this batting effort. Campbell was dismissed, and then a slide happened as significant as 6 wickets falling for just 12 runs was the bowling combination of Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. doing the damage, and you felt at one stage the Scorpions will be shut out for a sub 200 score. Cornwall so destructive with his 4 wickets, and Hayden Walsh Jr. backed it up with 3 before the Royal Glen partnership that started to bring hope to the Scorpions. And that was the moment where Javel Glenn secured his maiden list century. He continued to motor on and eventually closed the innings on 352. The run chase started horribly wrong for the Hurricanes. Henry was run out, and then wickets stumbled in quick time. Javel Royal with 2 wickets in that first power play before Kofi James showed his worth, continuing to motor on, keeping his team ahead of the required rate. He lost Joel Andrew along the way, and then James himself departed. Rakeem Cornwall tried his best with a couple lusty blows. He fell quite cheaply thereafter. And Jamar Hamilton was the other batter in this Hurricanes team that brought up a half century before the Mindley show. 4 wickets in just 8 balls, and he decimated the lower order of this Hurricanes batting lineup. The last wicket to fall, and the Scorpions securing a spot in the final and going on to win by 107 runs against the Hurricanes. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Just 1 over left in the power play. And if I think back to Jamaica's 10th over, their last over of the power play, it was one in which John Campbell set things alight. He had himself a good time out in the middle with bat in hand, John Campbell, especially that last over of the power play.
Get him!
Gets that through. His runs continue to flow. Can tonight be a James night?
Really good shot. Eased off the back foot really nicely. James finding the gap as well, just in front of point. Blackwood, as fast as he is, he can stop that one. Really looked like his night. He's picking the gaps. He's hitting with some power as well. And what a night to do it.
Catch it, Johnny! Gotta be blood! Catch! Catch! Catch him! Catch him! Catch him, Dad! Catch him! Catch it, Johnny! Gotta be flat. Catch! Catch him! What about? Oh, yeah! Catch him! Hold up! Yeah! Catch him! Come, bring it foul. Go ahead in. Go ahead in. She got plunge. Tap her, man. Benji. Get! Move it! Get! Move it! Get it, Johnny! Gotta be flat. Get it, Johnny! Gotta be flat. Come, Jim. Come, Jim. Get him! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him, Ned! Get him! Get him, Ned! Get him! Catch him! Go, Carlos! Catch him!
That's the ball of